and they're originally conceived by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. These sessions were originally conceived by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to help with the coronavirus pandemic. And so the main sort of prayer that was recommended was this liberating Sakya from disease, composed by the great Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo. So now, fortunately, in many parts of the world, the coronavirus pandemic has, subsided a bit in severity. And so now, still, when we look at the global situation, unfortunately, we see many other causes for suffering. So, of course, the terrible war in Ukraine, then other kinds of diseases still ravaging the world. We have natural disasters, and then various economic problems brought out by the war in Ukraine, as well as just all the uncertainty in the economy these days. So now, at the beginning of our session, then we should try to generate as vast a motivation as we can. So keeping in mind this thought of compassion, wishing that all beings be free from not only suffering, but also the causes of suffering, then we have to be very expansive in thinking about all these various causes of suffering as well. So not just the proximate causes of war, of disease, of economic problems and so forth, but also getting to the root of the cause of suffering is the fact that sentient beings who are still bound by their karma and afflictions then have to take birth in samsara. And as long as they are born in samsara, they're bound to experience one kind of suffering experience or another. So now that we truly want to free sentient beings from all the suffering and its causes, then we need to help them be free of the causes of suffering, namely the karma and afflictions. And then those of you who have studied a bit, then you'll know that the actual root cause of samsara is this grasping mind that clings onto the true nature of reality. And so the only antidote, the only solution for that is to generate the wisdom of emptiness that has the power to sever the root of samsara. And then if we want to guide sentient beings to generate this wisdom within their own minds, then we see that only when we are ourselves completely enlightened, having the omniscient mind, will we have all the skills, qualities, and ability to guide sentient beings in the most effective way from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of enlightenment. And therefore, since we wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, then we have to accumulate the causes. We have to purify our minds of all the discordant factors. And therefore, we're going to engage in this group practice session here today. So we have almost an hour, an hour. And so I wanted to do also a few other different prayers that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has recommended for especially the war in Ukraine. But now, since it's the first session of the day, I thought we could do another prayer or, collection of prayers and practices that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has also recommended. And these are the method to transform a suffering life into happiness. So this Rinpoche has kind of compiled stanzas from various sources, and it is intended for students, practitioners like ourselves, especially as a kind of morning motivation to reflect on these verses and make sure that our motivation for all of our activities that we do in the day are proper. So when we say method to transform a suffering life into happiness, right, then we know that the happiness or suffering that we experience is due to the virtue or non-virtue that we accumulate, And what makes actions virtuous or non-virtuous is the motivation with which we undertake those actions. And so here, these verses, the things that we're to contemplate, will sort of transform our mind, hopefully, from a mind that clings to the happiness of this life to generating the mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta. So first is a Lamrim prayer. So here it says, at the beginning of each day after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today. So that all the activities of body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, and so on, do not become causes of suffering, and instead become causes of happiness, and especially that they become causes to achieve Buddhahood. Here is a method for transforming the mind into holy Dharma, and especially into bodhicitta, right? So those of you, who've received teachings from Rinpoche on this before, right? So, the very door to the Dharma is, abandoning the 8 worldly concerns, the concerns mainly clinging to the happiness of just this life. So also in the Lamrim, then we have those 3 types of persons, right? The 3 scopes, the 3 types of, capabilities of beings, and all of those 3, whether we want a happy life, good rebirth in our next life, a liberation from samsara, or complete enlightenment, those all will necessarily involve abandoning, just clinging to the happiness of this life. Okay, so as we recite this, then also try to contemplate the meaning as best you can. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma, of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become the Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norzong and Bodhisattva, always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever done is pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the 3 rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I'll still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the 3 types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the 6 types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the 6 paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I'll not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. Oops. Okay. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of a glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your body, speech, and mind. So now, if you know how, then you can meditate on the Guru entering your heart. Okay, continuing on. Some more verses, especially now to help cultivate this mind of bodhicitta. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. For the sake of accomplishing the two purposes of all sentient beings without any sense of loss or concern, I give away my body and likewise my enjoyments, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulate over 3 times. By abandoning attachment and giving everything away, I'll pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state, the state of omniscience. Since I'll have to give up everything all at once when I die, it's best for me to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I've already given this body an impure aggregate to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize me, beat me, and so forth, I'll let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games with my body or make it an object of laughter by ridiculing and making fun of it to hurt me, since I've already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist it by protecting it and so forth? I'll also use it to do any virtuous action that doesn't harm and benefits others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may that attitude alone become a cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, or likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge, for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine, curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need. And a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. For as long as space remains, for as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So this is important. This is the essence, right? So, Gampopa, who is Milarepa's heart disciple, said, after waking from sleep and before you get out of bed, think, today I'm going to use my body, speech, and mind and virtue for sentient beings. Okay. So I think many of you have already blessed the speech. So why don't we just stop it there, and we can continue on with the next prayer. Oops. Okay. So many of you know that these prayerathon sessions have been organized by and are conducted by the IMI, International Mahayana Institute. And so it's the global community of monks and nuns of the FPMT. And our spiritual director is Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And some of you might know Kandrola. She observed that, now Lama Zopa Rinpoche has some life obstacles. And so she recommended that this refuge formula be recited and accumulated many, many times. And this will help alleviate the obstacles for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. So I thought, so the IMI then recommended, as we do these weekly sessions, that together as a group, we also accumulate many numbers of this refuge formula. So I thought to do some here. So now, before we take refuge, it's important to, at the beginning of our practice, if you haven't already, envision all the sentient beings around you. And you can think that you're leading them in these various practices that we're doing. And then in the space in front of you, consider that your own root guru has come and is appearing in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, who in turn encompasses all the objects of refuge, all the Buddha, all the Dharma, all the Sangha. And then recalling our mind of bodhicitta, this wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, then it becomes clear why we need to take refuge. Taking refuge means to commit oneself to the path taught by the Buddha. So here, if we want to achieve the same result of enlightenment that the Buddha achieved, then of course we need to practice what he practiced. If we want the same result, we have to accumulate the same causes. So let's recite this 21 times. And again, not just reciting, but trying to keep in mind the meaning of this verse as we recite the words. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I am enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. Okay. Oops. So now, let's continue on with the main prayer. The original prayer of this prayerathon, the liberating Sakya from disease. So again, thinking of all the various diseases that afflict sentient beings. So not only coronavirus, but also cancer, heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's disease, dengue fever, malaria, all these various diseases, so that they will instantly disappear from this world, and then whatever diseases there might be in other world systems as well, may they also cease immediately, never occur again. And so why do sentient beings need to be free from disease? Of course, there's the suffering that comes with experiencing sickness, but also then we should consider as well, when one is sick, then one's ability to practice Dharma is also severely curtailed. So also so that sentient beings have the conducive conditions to practice Dharma, then they need long and healthy lives. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now we'll recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, but before we do that, if you've received the initiation, then you can generate yourself as Avalokiteshvara. And first, you purify all impure appearances into emptiness, remembering the illusory nature of all phenomena. Means for us sentient beings, all objects appear as if they were inherently existing from their own sides. Yet there's not even one atom of inherent existence, nor has there ever been, nor will there ever be. So the fact that this appearance and how it actually exists in reality is, discordant, not the same, then all phenomena are like dreams, like illusions, like a mirage. So then this very mind of yours that realizes this ultimate nature of reality, the fact that all phenomena lack inherent existence, that mind arises as Avalokiteshvara. If you haven't had the initiation before, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, think that from his heart, or at his heart, there is a lotus on top of which is a moon disk, on top of which is the seed syllable Hri, surrounded by the mantra. And here today, I thought we could actually do the long mantra as well as the short mantra. So on the, you can visualize both those mantras at the heart. Long mantra outside and the short mantra inside. Then as we recite the mantras, then think from the heart of Chenrezig. Countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. As these light rays then come to strike sentient beings, it purifies them of all their sicknesses, all their sufferings of body and mind, all their negative karma, all of their obscurations, both liberation and enlightenment. And by the time we're finished with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay. So, the long dharani of 11 face Chenrezig. We'll do this once and then we'll switch to Om Mani Padme Hum. O Namo Rana Chaya Ya Namo Arya Jana Sagara Varojana Urarajaya Tathagataya Arhate Samyak Sambuddhaya Nama Sava Tathagatebe Arhatebe Samyak Sambuddhaya Nama Arya Avalokiteshvaraya Bodhisattvaya Masavaya Mahakarunikaya Taya Tata Da Om Dara Dara Diri Diri Duru Duru Tivate Chale Pachale Pachale Kusume Kusuma Viare Ilimite Chiti Zvala Mapana Yesoha Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. So now think, due to having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara's heart, that all the sinning beings are now completely purified of all their sickness, all of their sufferings of body and mind, all the obscurations to liberation and enlightenment, and have achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay. So now continuing on with the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, we'll do that just once today, because I wanted to do a few other prayers. So first, two others by Thangtong Gyalpo. So this is a request to pacify the fear of famine. So as many of you know, due to the war in Ukraine, as well as various environmental problems, heat wave, drought, and so forth, there's a lot of food insecurity, and in general, food prices have gone up quite a lot. And so in many parts of the world, many parts of Africa, and even here in India, there's a big risk of starvation and famine. So again, not just to pacify the kind of immediate suffering of hunger of sentient beings, but more importantly, to ensure that all sentient beings have the conducive conditions to practice Dharma, then we recite this prayer. Having generated the mind aspiring to highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, lords of the treasures, along with their retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, flood, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life, free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain highest enlightenment. And so next, another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo here. Words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. So here thinking, not only the war in Ukraine, but all the other wars and violent conflict going on in the rest of the world. And then especially, in the US as well, all of the mass shootings that take place on a daily basis, it seems. So for all of these violent minds to be pacified, and therefore the danger of weapons to be also pacified, and also to think of all the millions of animals who are slaughtered every day for human consumption. Then for all of this violence to end in this world and all the world systems of the 10 directions, so that beings can live in peace and therefore have the conducive conditions to practice Dharma and achieve enlightenment quickly, then we'll recite this prayer. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate-eyed, looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar of rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma of the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all the quarreling and fighting and enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, Mind, Soul, Deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay. So now also wanted to shift gears and do 2 very powerful and precious prayers to Guru Rinpoche. So these prayers were recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, especially to help pacify the war in the Ukraine. But more generally, we can think that all the obstacles that we have all the obstacles that other sentient beings have for our practice, for our study, for our attainment of enlightenment. All of these be pacified. So how do we do the supplication, right? So again, here, although it's a supplication to Guru Rinpoche, then it's important to consider, your own Guru as being inseparable from, means one in essence with Guru Rinpoche. And then thinking that your Guru has all the power to grant you enlightenment in this very, not only this lifetime, but in this very session. And then from the depths of your heart, with this mind of total entrusting to the Guru, with fervent devotion, then make these requests from the depths of your heart. Om Ahum Vaja Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Dharmakaya Amitabha, I supplicate you. Sambhogakaya, great compassionate one, I supplicate you. Nirmanakaya Padmakara, I supplicate you. My Guru, wonderful Nirmanakaya. In the land of India you were born, you studied and contemplated. Journeying in person to Tibet, you tamed the demonic forces. Residing in the land of Udayana, you acted for the welfare of beings. Through your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. Through your affection, guide myself and others on the path. Through your realization, grant me cities. Through your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When seeing the wonder of bodily forms, you make the sword mudra with your right hand. With your left, you make the summoning mudra. With gaping mouth, bared fangs, and upward gaze, Gewa Dungzin, Lord of beings, with your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When receiving the precious and sacred teachings, your radiant body is endowed with a luminous complexion. Your right hand holds the scriptures of the Tripitaka. Your left holds a volume of Kilaya. You comprehend all the profound teachings, Pandita of Yangle Sho. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When binding the vow holders under oath at the beautiful and immaculate supreme place at the borderline between India and Tibet, you bestowed your blessings on the moment of arrival at the mountain endowed with the enveloping fragrance. Even in wintertime, lotus flowers bloom at this supreme and blissful place, the spring of enlightenment with nectar like water. Kecho Sulsang, dressed in the robes of the Dharma, your right hand holds the 9-pronged Vajra. Your left holds a jewel casket filled with Rakta nectar. You bound under oath the dakinis and vow holders. Seeing the Yidam face to face, you accomplish the siddhis. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine of the victorious one, you perform the sadhana in the forest of the Slate Mountain. Throwing your recitation dagger into the sky's expanse, you caught it and rolled it with your Vajra Mudra. Rolling, you threw it into the sandalwood forest. The fire blazed and the lake dried up. Instantly, you burned away all the places of the Tirthikas and reduced the black yakshas to dust. Matchless slayer of demons, with your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When you subjugate the Rakshas, young boy in Nirmanakaya attire, wondrous form of goodness with magnificent color, with even teeth and beautiful golden hair in the manner of a 16-year-old youth, you wear various kinds of jeweled ornaments. You wear various kinds of, with your right hand, you hold a bell metal dagger, subjugating the Maras and Rakshas. With your left, you hold the teak dagger, protecting your devoted disciples. Around the neck, you wear the iron dagger, indivisible from the Yidam deity. Wonderful Namanakaya, ornament of Jambadipa, with your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path of the realization. Grant me the cities with your power. Dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajraguru Pema Siddhi Hum. When intending to go to the land of ghosts in the area of massive fire, within a lake, the expanse of an arrow shot. Upon a lotus, you were cooled and refreshed, meditating within a lotus flower. Known as Padmasambhava, you appeared as the perfect Buddha in person, such a wondrous Nirmanakaya. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path through the realization. Grant me the cities. With your power, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down, take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benzakoda Pema Siddhi Hum. When becoming the son of Tibet, glorious guide of devoted beings, you manifested in different forms to tame beings according to their needs. At Kala Pass in Sang, you bound the Jwala Genyan under oath. At the district of Sawe Sasho, 21 haughty Deva Genyans you bound under oath. At Jamjin of Mangyul, you bestowed the cities on 4 monks. Supreme Eminent Vidyadhara, with your kindness bestow your blessings on me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down, take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vaja Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. At the glorious plain of Pel Motang, you bound the 12 Tema goddesses under oath. At Kala Pass of central Tibet, you bound fleshless white glacier under oath. At Damsha Labu Ningjuk, you bound Sangla Yarshit under oath. At the very summit of Hepuri, you bound all the devas and rakshas under oath. Of all these great devas and demons, some offered the core of their life force, some undertook guarding the teachings, and some pledged to be servants. Mighty one with powers and miracles, with your kindness bestow your blessings on me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine of the sacred Dharma, like a banner of victory, Samye, without being erected, was spontaneously accomplished, and you fulfill the wishes of the king. You are endowed with the names of 3 great beings. One was Pamakara, one was Padmasambhava, and one was Lakeborn Vajra. Your secret name was Doje Drakpo Sal. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities with your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others, clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously, respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. At Samye Chimpu, when practicing sadhana, you repel negative conditions and bestow the cities. You establish the king and ministers on the path of liberation and cause the Brahman doctrine, negativity in manifest form to wane. You show the precious and immaculate Dharmakaya and place the destined one in Buddhahood. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path of realization. Grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Gurupim Siddhi Hum. Having left for the land of Rugen, you now subdue the Rakshas. Your great qualities surpass any human being. Your actions are wonderful and amazing. Mighty one with powers and miracles, with your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path of the realization. Grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Gurupim Siddhi Hum. Possessing the body, speech, and mind, you are the glorious guide of beings. Having discarded all obscurations, you perceive the three realms vividly. Having achieved the supreme city, sublime body of great bliss, you surely dispel the obstacles to attaining enlightenment. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema. Tocheng Tsel Vaja Samaya Za Siddhi Pala Hum Ah. Okay. So let us now just follow it up with a mala or two of the Guru Rinpoche mantra. This is known as the Benza Guru mantra. So as some of you know, right, the kind of more correct Sanskrit pronunciation is Vajra, but as the Tibetans pronounce, Benza. So either way is okay. Most important thing, keep in mind, utter devotion and faith in your Guru, inseparable from Guru Rinpoche. And again, we can visualize Guru Rinpoche in the space in front of us. And then as we recite the mantra from his heart, then numerous light rays radiate out in 10 directions, purifying all sentient beings of all their sickness, all their obstacles, to attaining liberation and enlightenment. And granting all this, the siddhi, the realization. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Om. 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 Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi. So think all the obstacles for all sentient beings to achieve liberation and enlightenment are completely purified, as well as all of the various problems facing the world, all the signs of the degeneration, the Kali Yuga. Okay. So our time is almost up. So now let us go to a more general dedication. So first and most importantly, for bodhicitta to be generated in everyone's heart. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. And may the bodhicitta, the desire to be generated, increase. And especially we can think that, dedicate that the bodhicitta especially be generated in the hearts of all the world leaders, especially for Vladimir Putin, to generate bodhicitta right this second. And then all these beings having generated bodhicitta will have completely abandoned the mind that wishes to do even the slightest harm to even one sentient being, and instead will only think of being of utmost benefit and service to others. So next, the prayers for the long lives of our spiritual friends. First, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then, for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who magnificently, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, savor myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then, to seal our dedication with emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from my own side. Its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted by the banging. I think it's going on our roof, and I'm not sure why. Okay, so now these next prayers, 2 stanzas from the King of Prayers. I feel to dedicate all these virtues to you as a train, just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samatha Bhadra as well. I feel to dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best, but all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. Okay, so I think our time is up, but we have Damcha taking over. So, namaste.
Good morning, Venerable Tenzin. And Tenzin, Venerable Namjok, how are you?
I'm pretty good, yeah.
You're getting distracted? How unbelievable. That gives me hope that I have a chance to get through this. No, but it's good to hear that, you said that because it's 4 here in the UK, God, they're starting early. But of course, it's, was it mid-morning now, isn't it? Sort of.
Well, it's 9 a.m.
Yeah.
It's 9 a.m.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
but more importantly, I think it's from our roof, right? And if there's some kind of problem, I haven't heard about it. So then, to hear, oh, there's this going on and we're going to do some work, then it'd be like, okay, I'm expecting.
Yeah.
But just to hear like banging going on, it's like, what?
It's just routine maintenance. Clearing the gutters. So wonderful.
Okay.
No, it's lovely to see you, and thanks for doing the extra slot. It's lovely to see you also have such a wonderful support here, joining you throughout this session. That's really nice to see. So
yes.
thank you much to each and every one of you. So
these are the good ones here. Okay, so take care, be well.
All right.
And
have a lovely day.
See you next time.
And study well. Fingers crossed. Yes. Good morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Hello. Let's have a look. We got here. Shanti's here. Hello. How about? It's always nice to look at people who actually still here on the screen and say good morning. Dilshad, hello. And Sitanangmo, hello. Aldo's here, hello. And good morning, the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Oh, there, Master Tim, or Tech Man. Thank you very much. It's all lovely to see you all. And we have everyone on YouTube. So thank you very much for being here. Yeah, we're almost at 100 sessions now for prayerathon. 2 years coming up very shortly. So it's been quite an event. When we started out, we weren't quite sure how long it would take, but here you go. Almost 2 years we're here. Yes, we might have to do some minor changes to adjust to the changes in the world, and also to the schedule, as you may have noticed, some of the regulars. And that's not because we just can't be bothered. Far from it. There's a great desire for these prayer sessions to continue, but we obviously we're relying on all the wonderful Sangha to help us out, and sometimes they need to be in other places. It overrides their availability, so we have to make sure that we deliver continuous service to all of you who are kind enough to support us in these weekly prayers, and to keep it fresh and alive, rather than having to rely on recordings. So so we may see some small changes to the timings, but we will continue with these prayers, so no worries there. Okay, so if we take a moment just to settle down and reflect. So with these 2.5 hours that we have in front of us, it's nice to combine various aspects. And as dear brother Namjang also pointed out, in some of the other conclusions, that we rely on the development of bodhicitta, the kindness. Excuse me for a second. Got the feeling I want to sneeze, but I'm not quite ready for that. So so we're relying very much on bodhicitta in this world, and there is a degree of bodhicitta lacking. So when we look at the suffering that exists around the world, and the conflicts that we have, and within that, it's very easy to just focus on oneself. Certain social groups like friends and family, maybe the wider community, best one's country, and forget about that those who are driven by greed and hatred and some extremely wrong views have that from a source of suffering. So as part of that, we will take some time out at the beginning to meditate on the 8 verses of thought transformation and the generation of bodhicitta. And we then move on to the main practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. And then we overlap these prayers also with another one, another prayer that praises to the Noble Chenrezig, so that we can focus on the individual 6 realms and remind ourselves of the keys that open the gates to the individual realms, the suffering that exists within the realms. So from our end, we try not to enter these realms and try not to be reborn there, but focus really on, of course, our own journey, but also by recognizing the suffering within those realms and how that may transfer in the behavior of those around us, that we therefore acknowledge the suffering they experience and the path they may be on. So that's also a nice way of looking at things in a different way. And yeah, so we take a nice easy pace and everything, and we have plenty of time. We won't rush. Okay. We start with 4 verses from the King of Prayers. Just to set the motivation, these 4 lines in 4 verses really sum up the practice for me, why I'm here, and to guide my mind to focus that way. You may have slightly different verses that inspire you or sayings, and that's perfectly all right. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So here, maybe now extend a little bit on the generation of bodhicitta by reciting the 4 immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. I think particularly also one of those points that Venerable Namjok picked up on is the need for compassion even for people like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping or anyone else who really, is who are very, very strict, in the way they deal with their own people and their interaction with the world. And even in our own countries, we see political leaders not always acting in a moral or ethical right way. So, and it's easy, to feel disgruntled with them, severe dislike. So, if you think about this last verse here on equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. Why do we keep some people very close? Because we have a feeling that these beings are benefiting us or are benefiting us in our own wavelengths. And those we have aversion against are the ones usually that we see as a threat, or those who have harmed us, whose views are opposite to our own. So that's something to be very mindful about as well, that we're not driven by simple wrong views and hatred. And while there may be a foundation within us disliking certain actions, may they not be driven by the wrong view and hatred, but actually say, okay, we don't like this because it creates suffering, and it creates suffering not just for others, but also for that being in future lives. And also recognizing that people who act in a very erratic way may also, suffer from underlying issues that need to be addressed, where the concept is just out of balance with, the rest of the world or the surroundings, whichever way you want to look at it. So what can we do then as individuals? And what's really nice are the 3 levels of motivation, which are an easy check throughout the day. So to start the day with it, to outline what we can do, in what way, and what we're aiming for. And it doesn't have to be overly complicated. And at lunchtime, we can check again how the morning went, and then try to learn from the early mistakes and see whether we can do better in the afternoon. And then in the evening, we look back at the afternoon, how we fared there, how it compared to the morning, and where the opportunities are to improve. So rather than going in, it's like, oh, I didn't achieve my goal, therefore I'm a failure. Don't look at it like this. Look at it in a way of progression, recognizing where we can do better. And sometimes we start off with the bigger events, and then we can pin it down to more and more smaller things, just the way we might have thought about somebody, etc. And the verses start with today as much as possible. So, and that little opening gives us quite a opportunity to take a deep breath, and say, oh, good, today as much as possible. So what does that mean? Today is the here and now, the time that we're living in, the moment that we're living in. What can I do right now? What is possible, as much as possible, subject to my understanding, my learning, my own practices, my resources, the environment I find myself in, and the general conditions. So there are several factors that we really need to consider. Can we right now, as individuals, solve the world hunger? For most of us, probably not. We don't have that kind of money in the bank. So, but what can we do? We can raise the awareness. We can still wish for those beings who are experiencing hunger and the like to have good nutrition. And we can contribute to those who organize supplies and donations. So we have little ways of helping. And collectively, if everyone does a little bit, it can make a massive impact. So we need to consider that. Also, if you were to see somebody drown offshore and you can't swim, what's the point of you going in and drown before you get to that person? Then the rescuers have to deal with two. But what you can do, you can raise the alarm. You can keep an eye on those who are in distress. You may be able to help when the person is being brought back on shore. So there are always ways in which we can apply ourselves in a useful way. So that's what it means here, today as much as possible. You may not be able to swim today, but you may be able to, finish learning to swim next week. So again, as you progress, as your skills allow you to do, as your training allows you to do, and maybe the sea is very rough. You might have been able to rescue somebody last week, and it was nice, calm sea. There's ferocious sea, high waves, etc., etc. The situation is very dangerous. Again, you have to think about what you can do. So don't beat yourself up. That's the important aspect of it. So the 3 levels of motivation. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. And again here, so with the actions of our body, speech, and mind, wrong thoughts give rise to wrong words give rise to wrong actions. So something to consider. If you can't help them, at least don't harm them. Don't create suffering for yourself either. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. If you think about it, that's very straightforward. Sometimes, if we can't hold the thoughts, at least try not, somebody annoys you, you may want to punch them, at least don't punch them. Step 1. Once you have managed that, maybe you can manage to, not answer back and escalate the situation, but recognize how the thought arises. That you might want to, fight back, punch back, only because you have a disagreement. But you could say if somebody shouts at you for no apparent reason, it's like, oh, crikey. Wonder what triggered that. What's going on in his or her mind? Just seeing those little things, just changing the thought. And as you change the thought and verbalize your thoughts, your actions become different as well. Okay, so considering this, maybe start with the wish to generate and develop bodhicitta and transform the mind. So as we noticed, it really, the source comes from the mind, the way we see things, the way we suffer, the way we are attached. Actually, before we start with the 8 verses of thought transformation, just to bring the point how easily we attach to something and how much aversion we have to certain things, particularly in this world where we're driven, we're being put upon by all this wonderful marketing, by these trainers, by this car, by this house, by this phone. How easy it is that we look down on those who may have something less, although it carries out the same function. Let's reflect on this here for a minute. A king's robe or an old blanket can keep you warm. A gold throne or the bare ground can be your seat. A grand palace or a mud hut can be your shelter. A jeweled plate or wooden pot can hold your food. The external world does not destroy your inner peace, but your attachment and aversion will. These beautiful words by Chenrezig Rinpoche, which to me have very much an undertone of Milarepa. It's very poignant. Which side of these were you at? The beautiful things? The not so beautiful things? Or were you just happy to have either at any given time, depending on the circumstance? So we start with the 8 verses. There you go. Just move this around a bit. So we start with the meditation here. So if we make sure again, we're comfortable. This is going to take approximately half an hour, maybe a bit more. See how we feel. From beginning this rebirth up to now, I've experienced the general suffering of samsara and the particular suffering of the lower realms numberless times. There is no suffering that I have never experienced. When I think deeply about all this, I feel terribly upset and weep uncontrollably. Therefore, I must no longer allow myself to come under the control of the disturbing, unsubdued thoughts, which are the true causes that bring the result of true sufferings. As long as I happily continue to follow the disturbing, unsubdued minds of the wrong concepts, with neither fear nor doubt, there is no difference between me and a mindless, crazy person. If I continue to follow these wrong concepts, I would definitely have to experience the sufferings of samsara endlessly in future lives. When I think about this from the depth of my heart, and not just reciting these words, I'm unable to eat by day or sleep by night, and it makes me vomit. It also breaks my heart. However, now I have received the inner condition, a perfect human body endowed with the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which gives me the ability to achieve all happiness and success. I've also met the outer conditions, a holy Mahayana virtuous friend who's extremely difficult to find, but can grant the state of omniscience in 1 second, and the teachings of the Buddha, the supreme medicine that dispels all the sufferings of transmigrated beings without exception. If I continue to seek mere temporary happiness for myself and my own liberation from the bondage of the disturbing, unsubdued thoughts and karma, what difference is there between me and the foolish, dumb animal? Such an attitude would be extremely upsetting from both sides. From my own side, how shameless, and from the side of others, how very ungenerous, how selfish and cruel. How dare I cherish myself and renounce others? Aren't other sentient beings the precious ones from whom I receive all happiness and success? It is therefore not enough to merely ensure that I will not be reborn in the suffering lower realms, nor is it enough to simply seek my own freedom from samsara. All sentient beings have been my mother. There is not a single one who has not been. Moreover, each one has been my mother numberless times, and each time has been just as kind to me as my present mother. At this very moment, not only are these kind mother sentient beings experiencing great suffering, but they're also running constantly to create the causes for more. There is not even a second when they experience ultimate happiness. If a mother's suffering is not alleviated by her own child, who else will do it? Even though it is up to me alone to bear the burden of eradicating the suffering of all mother sentient beings, at the moment I'm incapable of relieving the suffering of even one sentient being. Yet, if I achieve the holy body of a Buddha, just one ray of its light would ripen the minds of countless sentient beings, leading them to the blissful state of peace. Therefore, to free all mother sentient beings from suffering and lead them to peerless happiness of enlightenment, I must attain Buddhahood. This is not without causes and conditions. Its principal cause is the 2 bodhicittas. Therefore, I'm going to practice the profound oral teaching on transforming the mind into bodhicitta. Just take a moment here to let that all sink in. So here, if we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru, the aspect of Thousand Armed Chenrezig, and the Guru deity is standing on a moon disk on top of a lotus. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you are following us from a spiritual path and are reluctant to engage in visualizations of deities, just visualize a clear light. We take refuge. Let's just quickly overlap that with the motivation from the original practice, the liberating Sakya from disease. So we interchange this a little bit. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Back to them. The mind transformation. We take refuge in generation of bodhicitta here as well. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly, by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly, by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. Go for refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly, by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. So maybe also recite the 7 prayer. I prostrate to the holy body of the Supreme I, great compassionate one. I present clouds of every type of offering, both actually arranged and mentally emanated. I confess all my negative actions and downfalls collected from beginningless time. I rejoice in the virtues of ordinary beings and ayas. Please remain until the end of cyclic existence and turn the wheel of Dharma for transmigratory beings. I dedicate my own and others' virtue to great enlightenment. I also make a short mandala offering. This ground anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned with Mount Meru, the 4 continents, the sun and moon. I imagine as a Buddha land and offer it. May all transmigratory beings enjoy this pure land. Make a request to a deity. Please bless us that all the lives of the glorious Gurus belong, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Precious Guru, please grant me all the realizations of the path from correctly following the virtues friend up to the completion of training, the unified state of Vajradhara. Please bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. That I may seize all wrong concepts and immediately generate the precious 2 bodhicittas. Idam Guru Ratna Mandalakam Nirayatayami. So we consider that Guru Chenrezig is very pleased and by the request. And together with the moon disk and lotus comes to the crown of your head. So as we now about to contemplate the 8 verses of thought transformation, visualize how from from the seeds of Maria Chenrezig sound, blissful white nectar streams down into the crown of your head, and how it fills your whole body, purifying all your obscurations and bringing you all the realizations of the entire path to enlightenment, from correctly following the virtuous friend up to Buddhahood. It also purifies the specific obscurations and grants the specific realizations relating to the particular verses we are contemplating. Just feel how that white nectar pours into you. And feel that bliss. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I hold them most dear at all times. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-cherishing thought that prevents us from holding others most dear, and brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, which holds others most dear. wherever I am and whoever I'm with. I always consider myself the lowest of all. And from the depth of my heart, hold others dear and supreme. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-cherishing thought that prevents us from considering ourselves the lowest of all and from holding others dear and supreme. It brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, which considers ourselves the lowest of all and holds others dear and supreme. In all actions, I examine my mental continuum, and the minute a delusion arises, since it endangers myself and others, I forcefully confront and avert it. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-cherishing thought that prevents us from confronting and averting delusions the minute they arise, and brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, as well as the wisdom realizing emptiness, which seizes all delusions. Whenever I see sentient beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by negative actions and heavy suffering, I hold such rare ones dear, as if I had found a precious treasure. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-cherishing thought that prevents us from holding wicked sentient beings dear, and brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, which holds them as dear as a precious treasure. When, out of envy, others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I accept defeat and offer the victory to them. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-judging thought that prevents us from accepting defeat and offering victory to others, and brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, which accepts defeat and offers the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I regard them as my virtuous friend. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-judging thought that prevents us from seeing those who harm us as wholly virtuous friends, and brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, which enables us to achieve the perfection of patience and to see harmful beings as our wholly virtuous friend. In short, both directly and indirectly, I offer every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I secretly take upon myself all their harms and suffering. The bliss of white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-judging thought that prevents us from offering every happiness and benefit to all mother sentient beings, and secretly taking upon ourselves all the harmful actions and suffering. It brings all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, which offers every happiness and benefit to others, and takes all the harmful actions and suffering upon ourselves. Also, I do not defile all these practices with the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, and by knowing all phenomena to be illusionary, without trusting in them, I am freed from bondage. The blissful white nectar purifies all obscurations, especially the self-judging thought that causes the 8 worldly concerns and the ignorance that prevents us from perceiving all phenomena as illusionary, and brings all realizations, especially the wisdom realizing emptiness, which perceives all phenomena as illusionary, by which we are released from the bondage of delusion and karma. Make the following request from the depth of your heart. Great compassionate one, please extend your holy body and lead me. Sorry, let me start again. Great compassionate one, please extend your holy hand and lead me and all other sentient beings to your blissful, pure realm after this life. Be our virtuous friend in all our lives and quickly lead us to Buddhahood. At this point, I think that Guru Chenrezig has accepted your request. And innumerable nectar beams flow into your body, purifying all your negative karmas, obscurations, diseases, and spirit harms instantly. And as we're purified, our body becomes as clear as a crystal. Visualize how Guru Chenrezig melts into light. It's absorbed into you. Your body, speech, and mind become inseparable with Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. We're taking on the form of Chenrezig. Visualize how beams of light radiate from your body, and each light beam carrying one Guru Chenrezig at its tip. And each Guru Chenrezig comes to sit above the crown of each and every sentient being. Nectar beams flow down from Guru Chenrezig's heart, purifying all the negative karmas and obscuration of each sentient being. When each sentient being is completely purified, Guru Chenrezig dissolves into each one through their crowns, and each sentient being becomes Chenrezig. So here we're holding on to the visualization, how from the nectar flows from us to other beings, and as we recite the Mani mantra, and maybe remind ourselves that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form, but also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the precious gurus. In order to achieve the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine those in Om. The mantra Om Mani Padme Om can also be utilized to think about the six realms. Om Mani Padme Om, six realms, for the hell realms, the realm of hungry ghosts, the animal realm, the realm of humans, the realm of the demigods, and the realm of the gods. And in each of those realms, suffering exists. We wish to clear the suffering in each and every realm. Make sure that all sentient beings, wherever they are, whoever they are, whatever form or shape they take, are being liberated and reach enlightenment. So here I find it quite useful to combine the Mani mantra with the praises to the Noble Chenrezig. See if I hit this now. beautiful thing about the praises of Chenrezig to the noble Chenrezig is that it reminds us of the keys that open the gates to each of the realms. It reminds us of the suffering that awaits us there. But it also shows us that suffering, how the suffering exists in the minds of beings surrounding us, and how it may exist in our own mind streams. To you I pray, Guru Chenrezig. To you I pray, Yidam Chenrezig. To you I pray, noble Chenrezig. To you I pray, Lord of Refuge, Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector, Chenrezig. Hold me in your compassion, caring and victorious one. For us beings who wander endlessly throughout samsara and are subjected to intolerable pain and suffering, protector, we have no other refuge but you. Inspire us to attain omniscience and awakening. So here, now start with the individual realms. Again, it is good to listen to the wording, and then we recite 3 malas of manis for each of the realms. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who are overcome with hatred take birth in the hells, where they will suffer the torments of intense heat and cold. May they all be reborn in your presence, O Supreme of deities. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Forget to visualize the cascading flow of purifying nectar. This instant, our nectar flows to all beings in the hell realms. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who overcome with miserliness take birth in the Preta realm, where they suffer torments of intense hunger and thirst. May they all be reborn in your supreme Patara pure land. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Being overcome with folly, take birth as animals and experience the misery of verbal incapacity and confusion. May they all be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who are overcome with jealousy take birth in the Asura realm, where they suffer the torments of conflict and dispute. May they all be reborn in the Potala Pure Land. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who overcome with pride take birth in the Deva realm, where they suffer the torments of transmigration and fall. May they all be reborn in the Bhutara Pure Land. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Money bed meal, 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 bed meal, money bed meal. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who overcome with passionate desire take birth in the human realm, where they suffer the torments of birth, old age, sickness, and death. May they all be reborn in the Buddha Pure Land. More money, bed meal, 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 more money, bed meal. Money, bed. More money, bed meal. Money, bed meal. Money, bed. Money, bed. Money, bed meal, more 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 money, more money, bed meal, more money, bed meal, more money, bed meal, more money, bed meal, bed meal, more money, bed meal. May I, in this and all my future lives, through activity like that of Chenrezig, liberate the beings in impure realms and transmit the supreme speech of the 6 syllables throughout the 10 directions. So at this point, we're reciting 3 more mahalas of Mani. And this time, rather than think about mother sentient beings within individual realms, think about them just as mother sentient beings, no boundaries, no divisions. And really think how you wish them all to be free from suffering and how you wish them to be liberated and reach enlightenment. Mani Bennu, 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 Mani Through the force of invoking you, the Supremely Noble, may all those who are most disciplined and guide take interest in cause and effect, strive to act virtuously, and come to possess the qualities that may benefit all. So having focused now on the manis, having expressed compassion for Mother Sentient Beings within those individual realms, and collectively, may we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstructions and obstacles that may arise as part of our practices, and to move any obstacles from other sentient beings who are sick to be restored to good health. May medicines and cures be found for all diseases and illnesses, and may they never occur again. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles that may arise from for those who are about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo, to have favorable rebirth and swift transitions, and ideally may they all reach enlightenment. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those experiencing hardships. May those beings be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships and enjoy a state of happiness free of all suffering. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for peaceful solutions to be found for all the wars and conflicts that are taking place currently around the world. most dominant right now, being the conflict between, the war with Russia, as with the Ukraine. May we bend the path of violence and engage in dialogue and equanimity. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for the long life and well-being of our precious gurus. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. So here we take a moment and visualize Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us. She's seated on a lotus and moon disc. The body is made of emerald green light, youthful and exquisitely beautiful. Her right hand on her right knee in the gesture of giving. Her left hand in the gesture of refuge, holding a stem of a blue pala flower that blossoms near her ear. At her heart, a white moon disc, the center of which appears the green celebral thumb, the essence of Tara's blissful, omniscient mind and of wisdom and compassion. And clockwise around the edge of the moon appear the letters of the mantra, made from green light. Mother Tara's face is very beautiful, and she smiles with loving kindness at you and all sentient beings. From the thumb and mantra, rainbow color light streams into you and all sentient beings surrounding you. Light purifies all the imprints of all negative actions and dispels all sicknesses and harms from spirits. Bringing inspirations and blessings from Tara for you to realize the entire gradual path to enlightenment quickly. Just hold on to that vision. And we recite one full mala of Tara. Om Dare Du Dare Du Re Soa. 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 Om Dare Du Dare Du Soa. Om Dare. Om Dare. Om Dare Du Dare. Om Dare Du Dare Du Soa. Om Dare Du Dare Du Soa. Om Dare Du Dare Du Soa. Om Dare Du Dare Du Re Soa. Om Dare Du Dare Du Re Soa. was very pleased. Next, we call upon the guardians to thank Guru Vajrapani for the recitation of Vajrayama and Black Manjushri. So for Vajrayama, bring to mind the dark blue Vajrapani, holding a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace in his left. His body is adorned with glorious ornaments of charnel ground. His feet are stretched out. He stands on a lotus and on the sun. He's abiding in the midst of blazing transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire, Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind and fires, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases. Which, like violent winds and hailstorms, destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Despite their appearances, wrathful or ferocious, may we embrace all these wonderful guardian beings as precious family members and friends who have taken upon themselves to ensure that we stay on the straight and narrow, true to the path, not creating harm to ourselves and other sentient beings, and also protecting us from outside influences. And because we do have the time, we're reciting one full mala of the Vajrayama. Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashena Ganantaida Savarita Hanana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha So Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashena Ganantaida Savarita Hanana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha So Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashena Ganantaida Savarita Hanana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha So Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashena Ganantaida Savarita Hanana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha So Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashena Ganantaida Savarita Hanana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha So Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashena Ganantaida Savarita Hanana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha So Vajapedum. Pet umput maswari pet never shinnekanang taita saurita hanana vashna vakshu so almost a pet umput maswari pet never shinnekanang taita saurita hanana vashna vakshu so almost a pet umput maswari pet never shinnekanang taita saurita hanana vashna vakshu so almost a pet umput maswari pet never shinnekanang taita saurita hanana vashna vakshu so almost a pet umput maswari pet never shinnekanang taita saurita hanana vashna vakshu so Pet umat maswari pet never shin neganai tata saurita hana vajana raksha soa. Now we recite Pragmajushri. So here, think, visualize Pragmajushri arising from a sphere of bliss and emptiness. He stands wisdom fire. His face is wrathful, three-eyed. He has two hands, holding a scripture in the left and a sword in his right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments. And from the mantra rosary at his heart, flames of clear light emanate, pervading inside and outside of our bodies, purifying all negative karma, obscuration, sicknesses, spirits, and dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And again, recite a few of the mantras out loud and then the rest of the mala on breath. Om ta chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su Ninga la chakala jakam shamdam pepe su om dam chuchus. Om dam chuchus. Just a damn ninga la chakala jakam shamdam pepe su. Om Tam Chö Chö Sö Dö Sö Dö Sö Ningo La Chakala Chakam Chantam Pepe Suha. Om Tam Chö Chö Sö Dö Sö Dö Sö Ningo La Chakala Chakam Chantam Pepe Suha. Om Tam Chö Chö Sö Dö Sö Dö Sö Ningo La Chakala Chakam Chantam Pepe Suha. Om Tam Chö Chö Sö Dö Sö Dö Sö Ningo La Chakala Chakam Chantam Pepe Suha. Om Tam Chö Chö Sö Dö Sö Dö Sö Ningo La Chakala Chakam Chantam Pepe Suha. So having made extensive preparation, transforming the mind, having acknowledged our faults and purified ourselves, having called upon the Great Mother Tara to remove any obstacles that may arise, having called upon the guardians to support our practices, protecting ourselves from any actions from our end that may cause harm to others and ourselves, and protecting ourselves from outside influences. May we now recite the main prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. And we are reciting, let's have a look. 37 minutes. So we should be okay reciting the prayer 3 times for each of the 6 realms. And if you think about the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, and the suffering of the mind, so each one being allocated one of the recitations. And we also think about how the suffering of body, speech, and mind may apply within those individual realms. So again, we think about the three lower realms, the hell realm. We start with that one. All the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of crowd spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means do not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that Suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of crowd spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that was the health. So now we think about the realm of the hungry ghosts. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of crowd spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of crowd spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the son of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Passion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One time. All the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now on reciting for the animal realm. All the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. Not embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. No embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now, the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And one more time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just gonna, So these were the 3 lower realms. We now are reciting for the 3 upper realms, beginning with the realm of the humans. Now, the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as thousands of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Never there were sufferings that are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. We all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interviews, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the son of whose names there are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now reciting for the realm of the demigods. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the son of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. More time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the misal of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result. Sorry, that was the. So now the Devaram. All the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as thousands of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000. Sorry. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as thousands of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, may all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that silently the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we recite collectively, breaking down all the barriers between the beings within different realms. We don't think about, this realm or that realm. We just think about mother sentient beings, because we just want to be compassionate without boundaries. So maybe think about just Mother sentient beings, how we wish them to be freed, how we wish to free their suffering of body, speech, and mind, how we wish them to be liberated and reach enlightenment. And maybe clear all the realms, maybe all lead them to the blissful lands. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hearts of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Little note, when we talk about the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, how many of us are considering that even those beings need, those spirits need compassion as they rise, to create harm for others, and the suffering that exists. So may they also, whether these spirits are creations of the mind, or whether we see them as beings, may we also have compassion for those because of their actions, and may be kept in a circle of samsaric existence, and even those who wish to be freed. So when we read these lines, always be mindful of what it says, and now we can apply the aspect of compassion to all beings, so that we are always inclusive. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and not occur in the realms of the world. May all sentient beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let's have a look. Time-wise, yep. So we now recite one of Thangtong Gyalpo's other prayers, the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons, suitable given the current climate with conflicts around the world, particularly the war Russia wages on the Ukraine. Almighty Padme, Om, great, loving, victorious one, I, sublime compassion, high looking one, breathful, victorious, Ajagriva, pure, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, as holy names, eliminate all dangers upon me hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. when the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy. Please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion, also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness and transmigrating beings whose hatred is like a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase, but they're recognizing each other as being like parents. Through defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mighty of deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure prayer and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay. So, dedications. So may we dedicate all our merit to the well-being of all mother sentient beings. May those who are sick be reinstated to good health, and may cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases, and may they never occur again. May all those who are about to enter the body or have entered the body have swift transitions in favor of rebirth. May their deity all reach enlightenment. May we dedicate to all those who are experiencing hardships, that they be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships and enjoy a state of happiness free of all suffering. May we dedicate for peaceful solutions and dialogues to reemerge, to find, to end all conflicts and wars in this world. May we abandon the path of violence and engage in equanimity and compassion. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our gurus. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled and all their lives be long. May we continue to be guided by the wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Whatever suffering transmigrated beings experience, may it all ripen upon me. Whatever happiness and virtue I accumulate, may all ripen upon others. May I never be discouraged, even for a moment, from practicing the deeds of the bodhisattvas for the sake of others, by completely renouncing anything done for my own sake, and by engaging in the holy actions of the kind founder, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of great compassionate one, which is completely empty of existing from my own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to the state of great compassionate one, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers. We do, because we have a little bit of time, we do a small extension of these. Use this text for now. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land, of the land of snow, snow's teachings and transmigrated beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion to the lotus holder Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then we recite to be able to correctly devote to His Holiness the Dalai Lama and fulfill all his advice. May the nectar stream of the blessings of the lotus holder always enter our hearts and nourish them with strength. May we please you with offerings of dedicated practice. And may we reach beyond the shores of perfect compassionate deeds. Due to the blessings of the eminent victorious ones and their sons, the truths of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude of taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. Zopa. You uphold the subdued small way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Ranjana's victorious doctrine. Who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So thank you very much, everyone who joined me throughout the sessions, be it on Zoom or on YouTube. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so beautifully week in, week out. Thank you, Tim, on behalf of, the media team. Thanks, Tim. Aldo's here. Thank you, Aldo. And is that Nana? And I see my dear brother, Tekchuk from Nalanda, is waiting in the wings. How are you? Lovely to see you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you all right.
Okay, so I'm so happy that you're on now, that it's not a recording or anything.
Yes.
Because I'm leaving this week to India for, I hope, just a few weeks. And I don't think I will join the prayerathon in the next coming weeks.
Oh, wow. Do you know what? This is, I'm so happy for you that you have the opportunity to go to India. So I mean, fair do, and when you come back, you can tell us all about it and bring us all that wonderful charge of spiritual guidance and everything. And that's I think what it is. You have to take the opportunities when they come. And we know that some parts of the world the connections aren't always great. I know that when Venerable Sarah and others tried sometimes to send stuff out, and suddenly there's on Zoom was this the power's down, and but thanks for letting me know. But it's wonderful to see you, and lovely to hear that you have the opportunity. So you going somewhere specific?
Well, I'm going to Dharamsala.
Oh, wow.
Well, the main thing is to have a nice long chat with Gyalpo Rinpoche.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I finished the BP, and now it's time to think what next is in my agenda. Practicing patience at Nalanda, or
surely you're a patient man. I seem to recall that.
Either practicing patient at Nalanda or something else.
Yeah.
So this is the main thing, and obviously from there, so there are nice teachings with His Holiness, and they're doing some stuff there. But he suggested maybe I follow him to Mongolia afterwards. I don't know. I bought a one-way ticket, which is the first thing for me ever.
Well, do you know what? But I mean, if you have to go to Mongolia, it makes sense. Otherwise, you just spend ages, trying to reshuffle.
I'm sorry, I don't like horse milks.
Just have black tea or coffee, whatever they have in Mongolia these days. Oh, wonderful. Listen, I'm really pleased for you. May whatever happen, work out for you in a wonderful, meaningful way. And if you do go to Mongolia, just drop us an email, because I'm really excited, out in the steppe, I can see you out in the yurt.
And you've already been in a touristic place in Ladakh.
Yeah.
But I'm not into Mongolia. Sorry.
No, well, it is what it is. But see what happens. But even if it's just for a week or two, again, it's wonderful to listen. Tekchuk, much love to you. Safe travels.
And thank you very, very much for all the administration and trying to hook people to join these practices. Thank you so much. You put so much work into it.
Well, when you come back, you can, as I said, you can tell us the wonderful stories, maybe show us some wonderful pictures of all your travels. And I hope, you really, 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 have a wonderful time with Gyalpo Rinpoche and Soreness's teachings. And if you run into familiar faces, say hello and look after yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chrissy, Irene, Aldo, and Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much, everyone on YouTube. I hand over to you now. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Venerable.
Okay, so Chenrezig Institute, please don't go away. I want to thank you very much for all your technical help and allowing us to live stream on your channel. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, we have Nathan taking over from me now. So there's someone else. Nathan's also on here from the tech team.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. It's been good to be able to do it.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. So with all that said, let's think for a moment why we're doing these practices. What is our motivation? We can think of a few things. One is there are so many troubles in the world, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche would like us to be engaged in thinking about others. So it started with the pandemic. And then the war in Ukraine started a few months ago. We just decided to add some practices according to that. And we're still waiting for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's decision what to do, how to evolve these prayerathon meetings. So we visualize all sentient beings in human form that are sitting around us. And think that ultimately we will lead them all to enlightenment. But temporarily, we're wishing to be free from any disease. And the world is definitely free from any violence and pandemics. I would like to offer at the beginning the refuge prayer that Kandola suggested that FPMT as a whole recites. To my mind, she thinks that we should deepen our refuge. So thinking about faith, that the 3 jewels can actually help us get out of samsara and lead us to enlightenment. And we're doing that because of fear of the lower realms and sufferings of sentient beings. So just a few of these refuge prayers. Sangye chodam choki chonam la jangchu baudo dagni kyapsuchi dagi jinsogi petok namki Drola Panchil Sangye Dupa Sho Sangye Chodam Choki Chonamla Changchu Baldo Dagni Kapsuchi Dagi Jintogi Petok Namki Drola Panchil Sangye Dupa Sho Sangye Chodam Choki Chonamla Changchu Baldo Dagni Kapsuchi Dagi Jintogi Petok Namki Drola Panchil Sangye Dupa Sho Sangye Chodam Choki Chonamla Jangchu Baldu Dagni Kapsuchi Dagi Jinsoki Petoknam Ki Drola Panchil Sangye Jupa Sangye Chodam Choki Chonamla Jangchu Baldu Dagni Kapsuchi Dagi Jinsoki Petoknam Ki Drola Panchil Sang Drupa Sho. Visualization that I would like us to do is a visualization that I took from the Lama Yeshu Wisdom Archive. It's a visualization of 1,000 armed Chenrezig with purification. And I thought it would be beneficial for, it corresponds to the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche at this time. So visualize 1,000 armed Chenrezig. On top of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, sura, asura, intermediate state being, all in human form sitting around us, and all human beings, and definitely yourself. And from this 1,000 armed Chenrezig, nectar beams radiate out. They radiate out in all directions and into your own body and mind. Same thing happens to all sentient beings. And these nectar beams are purifying any spirit harm, any sickness, any negative karma. And think completely purified. Think of all the people who are being affected at the moment and were affected in the past by the COVID-19 pandemic. And think of the people of the Ukraine, both aggressors and sufferers, of the refugees that came out of the Ukraine. Think of the Russian soldiers and the leaders that are now starting another cycle of karma. We have to request Chenrezig to guide us and everybody. And as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to remember to visualize the sufferings as extensive as possible, and that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the mantra. So I would like to recite 3 times the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With the tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my creators with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With that tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my creators with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. And I would like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes, our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jado Rinpoche, and many other lamas, through generation, loving kindness and compassion. May all the wars and killings and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. So don't forget to visualize the nectar beams that are purifying. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. I would like to recite the prayer for peace, also by Thangtong Gyalpo. This is the prayer that Lama Zopa Rinpoche translated when the attack in New York and Washington in 2001 happened. Great, loving, victorious one, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Tara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion. Please pay attention. Sorry. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 generations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intense suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry up by power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rains of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory being or inflaming in the conflagration of hatred fire. Please grant blessings with the recognition of each other like Father, Mother, then increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitude of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of a Sura from now on never run in this area. I'm requesting for even all sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onward all evil karma, cause and effect. Then having entered and been born in the blissful field of Mitaba's Pure Land to lead others to the Pure Land. Please bless all those who are born and die to have a long life, no sickness, to pacify all quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfalls at the right times, always have good harvest, and for all habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by the phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the ghouls, mind, seal, deity, and rest of Brahmins, may these pure extensive prayers be completed. And I would like to recite the I'd like to recite the actual prayer for to stop the pandemic a few times. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in any instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May the all-embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are from due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world of Manipema. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in any instance not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and variability of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadness of minds and beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in any instant not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and pan, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the kidney, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I would like to recite a Guru Rinpoche prayer that I suggested to help with the war in the Ukraine. In the northwest border of Odiana, in the heart of a lotus flower, endowed with the most marvelous attainments, you are renowned as the lotus born. Surrounded by hosts of dakinis, following your royal practice, I pray you to come to confer your blessings. Guru Pema Siddhi Hum, Oma Hum, Vaja Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Precious Guru, embodiment of all Buddhas of the three times, great bliss, the Lord of all accomplishment, wrathful power who dispels all hindrances and subdues demons, pray bestow your blessings. Please remove the outer, inner, and secret obstacles and grant your blessings to accomplish wishes spontaneously. When, due to the obstacles of the element of earth, water, fire, and wind, this illusory body which is rented is meeting with the time to be perished, requesting undoubtedly without appointed mind to Padmasambhava and the goddess of the elements. There is no doubt the four elements get naturally pacified. I request Organ, the one arising from the lotus, please bless the wishes to succeed naturally. Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum. Mahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum, Om Ahum Bhajagu Pema Siddhi Hum. I would like also to recite some mantras of Tara, as suggested by His Holiness. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and to clear away every obstacle that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Let me and all those who need protection come under the supreme giving gesture of your right hand, as well as the refuge granting gesture that liberates from all fears. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tare Ture Soha. Okay, I would like to start the dedication. And as part of the dedication, we will recite again the refuge prayer, refuge and generating bodhicitta prayer, as a long life, as a dedication, part of dedication. Just think of the merit that we created. Definitely have potential to ripen in a positive way. These are the things we would like to ripen as. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transitory beings never occur again. May I continue my life in pure moral conduct, listen to many teachings. May I train the mind in bodhicitta, pure conduct, pure view, without corrupting the teachings of the pure wisdom of the second Buddha, Lama Tsongkhapa. In all my life, through the victorious one, Lama Tsongkhapa, acting in person as the Mahayana Guru, may I never turn aside for even an instant from the excellent path paved by the victorious ones. In whatever way you appear, glorious Guru, whatever retinue lies span pure land, whatever noble and holy name you take, may I and others attain only these. May the glorious Guru's life be long and stable. May all beings equaling the extent of space or happiness. May I and others, without exception, accumulate merit and purify negativities, and may we be blessed to quickly attain Buddhahood. May I not arise heresy even for a second in the action of the glorious Guru. May I regard whatever action done as pure. With this devotion may I receive the blessings of the Guru in my heart. In all my lives, may I never separated from perfect Gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the quality of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Achatara. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication prayed to the best by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teachings. Due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty, existing from my own side. And for the very long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. And again, maybe 3 times. Sangye chodam choki chonam la, jangchu baudu dagni kyapsuchi, dagi jintogi petok namki. Drola panchil sangye dupa so, sangye chodam choki chonam la. Jangchu baudu dagni kyapsuchi, dagi jintogi petok namki. Drola panchil sangye dupa so, sangye chodam choki chonam. Jangchu baudu dagni kyapsuchi, dagi jintogi petok namki. Drola panchil sangye drupa so. Oh, hello, Venerable Ciliana.
Good morning, dear. How are you?
I'm very well. I will have to say goodbye because I'm going to India this week. So I will not join the sessions next
I
few.
see. How long are you going to stay in India?
It's a good question. I don't know. I bought a one-way ticket.
Okay, so next week, actually, I'm doing at 6:30 because after I'm going to for a holiday with my mother for some times, and then I'm also going to India.
Wonderful. When do you think you will be in India?
I will be in India. I leave from here on the 29th of June, so I will be in Dharamsala on the 1st of July.
I will see you.
See you there. See you presence. Fantastic. Good. So see you there. Have a nice trip then.
Yeah, I will be in the Green Hotel.
I'm going to be in a kind of bed and breakfast, B&B, in front of Pematang, just where there is a Bucks Hotel.
Okay, I don't know, but we will see each other.
No, for sure, for sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So when are you going to be in India?
I will be. I've been down south the 22nd.
Okay. Okay. Enjoy your trip. Have a nice time.
You too.
Ciao.
You too.
See you there then. Ciao.
Yes, definitely. Ciao.
Okay. Ciao, ciao. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute, and this is my not last time, but will be my last time. Will be next Saturday for a while, and if the prayerathon is going on, then I will join again in August. I don't know if sometimes from India, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. And so thank you very much for all your support in this time. That has been really, really fantastic to have your support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also to Venerable Damchu that has been so kind in putting us together to do this prayerathon. Thank you very much. Ok, ho ringraziato le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci hanno aiutato in tutto questo periodo per continuare questa maratona, che siamo già alla 99esima, e poi non so, vedremo se continuerà oppure no. Pare che sia molto difficile riuscire a riempire tutti questi le 24 ore, e quindi ci sono tantissimi buchi vuoti, quindi vedremo. Comunque oggi per me è il mio penultimo incontro. Il prossimo sabato lo farò alle 6:30, perché poi partirò per andare un po' in vacanza con mia mamma che ha bisogno di fare un po' di mare e dopo partirò per l'India, sarò via per un mese circa, per cui se la maratona continuerà ci vedremo ad agosto o forse dall'India ogni tanto, se la connessione è buona, magari mi collego, però vediamo. Ok, detto, finite tutte queste introduzioni, partiamo adesso con la meditazione. Allora ci mettiamo in posizione corretta di meditazione con la spina dorsale dritta. Lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni, lasciamo andare tutti quanti i pensieri e piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione per la sessione che facciamo e in particolare pensiamo abbiamo questa preziosa rinascita umana che dipende da molte cause e condizioni, particolarmente il fatto di essere ancora vivi adesso e di avere questo prezioso corpo umano deriva dal supporto, dall'aiuto che abbiamo ricevuto da innumerevoli altri esseri viventi, sia nelle vite passate, per poter compiere le azioni positive che ci hanno permesso di avere questo corpo umano, e il sostegno per la nostra esistenza che riceviamo continuamente dagli altri esseri viventi, sia che direttamente che indirettamente, per cui ci motiviamo a fare questa pratica per il beneficio di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, al fine di essere in grado di ottenere l'illuminazione per poter essere di vero beneficio per tutti quanti. Quindi generiamo la forte intenzione di non farci più incatenare dagli effetti mentali del rancore, dell'odio, dell'attaccamento, bramosia, la gelosia, competitività e così via, che sono la causa di tutti quanti i nostri problemi. E prendiamo rifugio nel profondo del cuore, nel Buddha, che si manifesta in moltissimi modi diversi, nella Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche e tutte quante le altre divinità come Thangtong Gyalpo, Chenrezig, 1000 braccia, a 4 braccia e così via. Possiamo visualizzare l'essere che ci dà più ispirazione per entrare in contatto con quello che è in realtà il nostro vero rifugio, la nostra mente chiara dell'amorevole gentilezza, della compassione e della saggezza. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio anche nella guarda nostra mente e Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio anche nella guarda della nostra mente e Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dhamma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente e Dharmakaya. Poi visualizzando Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Chenrezig, che vedete alle sue spalle, recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum. E mentre recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum, immaginiamo che tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi che sono intorno a noi ricevono una pioggia di nettare che purifica completamente tutte quante le negatività nel corpo, della parola e della mente. E pensiamo particolarmente vengono completamente purificate le emozioni distruttive che causano le azioni negative di corpo, parola e mente. Quindi purifichiamo così tutte quante le nostre azioni negative del corpo, della parola e della mente, e così anche per tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. Immaginiamo questa cascata di nettare che pervade completamente il nostro corpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, money, but me, 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 oh, money, but me. Oh, money, but me, 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 oh, money. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. Money venue, 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 money venue. Money venue, money venue, money venue, money venue, money venue, money venue, money venue. Oh, money per meal, 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 money per meal. Money per meal, 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 money per meal. Money per meal, 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 money per meal. Money per meal, 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 money per meal. Oh, money per meal, 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 money. Money per meal, 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 money. Money per meal, 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 money per meal. Money per meal, 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 money. Money per meal, money per meal, money per meal, money per meal. Recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le malattie caratteristiche nella mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati agli spiriti gradi, alle malattie e dai Buddha. e degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendere da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellare che porta un essere macellato. Separare il corpo e la mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere liberi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati o non essere danneggiati da 84.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 24 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che primono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati in lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dakini, protettori dei dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo la preghiera. Le parole di verità del maestro Thangtong Gyalpo, che è pacifico dal pericolo delle armi. È particolarmente pacifico il problema dei conflitti anche a livello familiare, fra amici e così via. Stiamo vivendo un periodo veramente di intensa divisione fra gli amici e così via, con questo proliferarsi proprio dell'alimentare le divisioni fra gli esseri umani. Quindi cerchiamo di non cadere in questa trappola dell'odio, della competitività, dell'arroganza, e cerchiamo veramente di generare questo amorevole gentilezza verso tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, indipendentemente dalle idee che hanno nei confronti di tutte quante le situazioni che si vivono nel mondo. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso di aggrivirato, terra completamente pura e così via, e solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione. Per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare, amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'azzurra, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e i combattimenti, il potere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere i moventi giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura. Causa e effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità, sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Umani padme, 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 umani padme. E così con tutti questi conflitti e con tutte queste guerre che ci sono in tutto il mondo, sono 160 guerre in tutto il mondo. Quindi ci sono tantissime persone, tantissimi esseri che soffrono la fame e che non trovano da mangiare, e poi tutti quanti gli altri problemi che esistono nel mondo, che diventano la causa appunto della mancanza di cibo. Per questo facciamo una preghiera di richiesta di pacificare il paura della carestia. avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione, per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti, tu, il compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. Le assemblee dei condottieri, Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Pratyeka Buddha, Guru, Ida, Dakini, guardiani del Dhamma, delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza Yaksha, il Signore dei tesori, insieme ai loro seguiti. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati, che sono privi di protettore. Quindi, al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati, che sono tormentati dalla sofferenza, dalla fame, dalla sete e della povertà, fa sì che cadano a pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria d'eletti e così via, nella terra delle nevi e in tutto questo mondo. Per favore, pacifichi i danni causati ai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, piogge, inondazioni e così via. Per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle colture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per favore, per il potere di aver fatto un'intensa richiesta e con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa l'ira della malattia, dei combattimenti, della carestia essere pacificato. Possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera da malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibilità di causa e effetto, possono gli insegnamenti vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare e possono tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente lo stato della completa illuminazione. Ora recitiamo alcune volte il mantra del prendere rifugio, pensando a Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che possa rimanere con noi il più lungo possibile, senza ostacoli e senza problemi. Fino all'illuminazione prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dhamma e nella Suprema Assemblea, per il merito della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, per diventare un Buddha per il beneficio degli esseri trasmigratori. Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Naye Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Dagi Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Dagi Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Dagi Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Dagi Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Dagi Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Chanchu Bartu Dani Kyasuchi Nagi Chen Sonki Pensonaki Rola Penchi Sangye Rubajo. Ora recitiamo le preghiere di dedica. Ecco qua. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi ancora non l'ha generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa, effetto e origine dipendente e sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati, Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, o tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, o tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, o tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, il presente e il futuro accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere alla loro parte, poiché che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere alla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto all'esistere alla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere alla loro parte, a quello stato è completamente vuoto all'esistere alla sua parte da sola, che sono completamente vuoto all'esistere alla mia parte. Ora recitiamo la preghiera per la lunga vita di santità e Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci desideri, fonti di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Tenzin Gyalpo, ti supplico, possa in questi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che ritieni l'etica adesso giogatore, che fungi il generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni i preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiare, che modestamente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onori i tre supremi, salvatori miei degli altri, tuoi discepoli. Per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Così abbiamo completato la nostra sessione e per le prossime sessioni in italiano saranno alle 10:30, poi alle 11, alle 14:30, poi alle 18, 19, 19:30. E per la prossima settimana io sarò alle 6:30 del mattino e poi dopo non so se riuscirò a tornare prima di agosto per un'altra sessione della maratona. E comunque vi ricordo che siamo nel mese di Sakadawa e quindi domani sera ci sarà la sessione con Vajrasattva, la meditazione di Vajrasattva, e martedì sarà una giornata molto speciale che è proprio il giorno dell'illuminazione del Buddha, con i meriti aumenteranno di 300 milioni di volte, quindi manderò il programma della giornata entro oggi e così potrete collegarvi con noi a partire praticamente dal mattino con gli insegnamenti di Santità e Dalai Lama e poi dal pomeriggio recitazione di sutra, recitazione di preghiere e la puja con i nostri maestri per l'istituto della Sangha. Naturalmente martedì mattina ci sarà la sessione di meditazione alle 7 con il centro di Napoli. Ok, grazie a tutti quanti e buona giornata. Hello, Trinella. How are you?
Hello, Celiana. Very good. Thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Everything okay there?
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. We're in the middle of winter and the weather is very mild, very nice.
Okay, that's nice. Okay.
Take care.
Have a nice session, dear. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. I am Trinley and I am from Langri Tampra Center in Brisbane, and very happy to be doing this session as I am every week. We are so very, very fortunate as the monks and nuns of the Mahayana International Mahayana Institute to be doing this practice as advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And, you know, to be able to follow after wonderful teachers such as Venerable Siliana is such a joy for me. We have so many accomplished, wise nuns and monks in the IMI, and we are so very, very lucky. So what I'm going to do the practice very simply today, starting as usual with the motivation that is at the beginning of the practice. A beautiful, beautiful motivation, a form of refuge that was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara, the Gabhapal Joshara, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. Now, the Buddha said that whatever it is that we do, whether it is positive or negative, really depends on the motivation, depends on our reason for doing it. Now, the reason that we do this practice is for the benefit of those who are suffering COVID, those who are suffering from the disease or the ramifications of the disease, however they might manifest. We do this practice for the people of the Ukraine going through so much suffering, but also the people in every other war zone in this world. We do this practice for truly every single sentient being, because if we don't do it for every single sentient being, our motivation is not for us to become enlightened for the sake of others. If the motivation is not for the enlightenment of every single sentient being, then it's not a perfect, pure, altruistic motivation. So throughout each and every day, we should, of course, do our motivation, beginning as soon as we wake up and make our motivation for the day, and stop what we're doing throughout the day to refresh our motivation, to make it really, really, really strong. This makes every single thing that we do very, very beneficial. So now I'd like you to just sit very still, nice straight back as if you're in meditation. And I will recite the motivation, the beautiful motivation, 7 times. Now, recite it quite slowly. You can recite along with me if you'd like, or you can just listen. And by doing it slowly, sitting quietly, focusing on the words and the rhythm, we make the motivation very crisp and clear, very strong. And we'll do it 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we can do the mantra of compassion. Avalokiteshvara's very own mantra. And we can recite it aloud for one mala. And one of the great benefits of reciting it aloud is that the resonance goes out into the environment around you. And all of those little beings that we can't see, the insects and the dust mites, etc., they feel the resonance of the mantra and they are purified by the mantra of compassion. So truly, when we recite mantras and prayers aloud, we are benefiting so many people in a very real way, not just in some magical thinking type of way, but truly in a way that can be measured. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mahami 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. We can recite now the actual prayer. And as we recite the prayer, feel that every single suffering being is held in your heart. And that as we recite the prayer, they are being healed. Their suffering becomes happiness. All of their fears and worries, all of their sicknesses disappear. Our hearts are huge and we can hold every single sentient being in our hearts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Back to the top. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the king, these Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we can go to the other prayer that Rinpoche has advised us to do for those suffering in the Ukraine, not only the victims of this war, but also the perpetrators. They also are suffering. So we say this prayer for them. It's really lovely. It says at the top, when there was an unceasing war and calm in Tibet, nobody was able to create harmony. And the great Lord Yogi Thangtong Gyalpo came to calm, generated bodhicitta. And just by merely saying these true words and sprinkling flowers, all the vicious minds of jealousy and anger were completely pacified, and the war that had been continuous ceased. There were prosperous harvests and so forth. The country became auspicious and peaceful. This is blessed Vajra speech. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsuntara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy name eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 generations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like Father, Mother, that increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the metal continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura from now on never run in this area of the country or the world where the fighting is happening. I am requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect. Then, having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, to have long life, no sicknesses, to pacify all quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right time, always have good harvests, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind, seal, deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure, extensive prayers be completed. Do that prayer once more. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsuntara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings, the time of quarreling and 5 degenerations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like Father, Mother, that increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura from now on never run in this area of the world. I am requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect, then having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, to have long life, no sicknesses, to pacify all quarrelling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvest, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase, by the ultimate reality which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind, seal deity, and rare sublime ones, may this pure, extensive prayers be completed. And now we can finish with our dedications. I always like to do the dedication prayer, the excerpt from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shantideva. And again, holding all beings in your heart as we recite this prayer. Every single being is a suffering being. And it is through doing prayers and practices, this is one of the ways that we can help them. Dependent on our motivation. If our motivation is pure, our prayers are pure and have great power. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid with a mind weighed down by compassion. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by compassion. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that stage. The long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And now, before we do the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, let's recite the Refuge and Bodhicitta prayer several times. We've been advised to do this as Rinpoche's students to remove any obstacles there are to Rinpoche's good health and long life. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. And now we can recite Rinpoche's Song Life Prayer. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now our final dedication prayer, sealing the practice with emptiness, making it very, very, very strong. Due to all the merits of the 3 types collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 types collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. Hello, how are you?
Fine, how are you doing, Venerable?
I'm very, very well. Very well, thank you. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, is it cold? Are you in the middle of winter in Brisbane?
Yes, we're in the middle of winter, but it's very mild.
Really?
We've had some cold mornings. I mean, what we call cold, about 5 degrees Celsius. And the days have been around 18 or 19, which is very nice.
Yeah. Well, here in Dharamsala, it's been really, really hot. I mean, like other parts of India, we are going through a heat wave. So, yeah, it's the extreme.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it, this world?
Yeah, and the climate change and everything that's going on. So it's really, really fortunate for us to be reciting the prayers together like this. Yeah,
absolutely.
And again, yeah, I have to thank Venerable Damcho, in spite of all the obstacles that they're facing, that he's still, doing his best to ensure that we continue this for as long as we can.
Yes, definitely. Yes, I always try to do at least one session of a weekend. I mean, just half an hour, and it's so beneficial for everybody.
Yes, exactly, including ourselves. Yeah.
Including ourselves. Well, you take care.
You too.
Safe. Okay,
you too.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome, everybody, to the next session of the Prayerathon. My name is Venerable Tenzin Paldron, and I'm coming to you from Kosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala. So again, I'd just like to start by thanking Venerable Damcho for bringing us together tirelessly every weekend in spite of all the obstacles and challenges he faces. And also a big thank you to Chenrezig Institute and the entire staff and team who help us behind the scenes to keep going every Saturday to fulfill the wishes of our most precious Holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I'd like to start by just taking a few minutes to settle our bodies and minds by focusing on our breath. So for the next few minutes, just let go of everything and simply focus on the rising of and fall of your breath wherever you feel it to be the strongest. Whether it's air coming in and out of your nostrils or the rise and fall of your belly. And invariably, you will find your mind will wander. And if it does, you notice it with the mental factor of introspection, which is kind of like the spy-like factor of our mind. And then with the mental factor of mindfulness, simply bring your mind back to the object of concentration, which in this case is our breath. And if it helps you to focus and concentrate better by counting, you're welcome to. So your in-breath and out-breath could be 1, and so on till you reach 10, and then you can start again. And now from this quiet space, we visualize in front of us. And I'd like to share this, so just give me a second. Our Guru standing in the form of thousand-arm Avalokiteshvara with 11 heads, beautifully bedecked with these silks, carrying the various ornaments in his arms, including the rose petals, each of which signifies his different levels of attainment. So just take a few minutes to feel the presence of this incredibly wise, compassionate being standing in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And they accept and embrace us completely in spite of looking at us and seeing exactly what we have done through the countless eons, the good, bad, and the ugly. So just take a few minutes to feel that beautiful, wise, compassionate presence. And again, we remind ourselves that Avalokiteshvara is none other than our Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in this particular form, who has come to help us recite this prayer for the benefit of all sentient beings. So surrounding us, think of the bodhicitta field, so your mother and all sentient beings from the 6 realms, the hell realms, hungry ghost, animal, human, sura, asura, deva, are there on your left-hand side, and your father and all male sentient beings are on your right-hand side. And if you have any people in your life that are particularly challenging or difficult, please place them in front of you. And we can express our gratitude because by pushing our buttons, they help us to see the areas that we still have to work on and cultivate, especially generosity, especially patience and compassion, without which we cannot attain enlightenment. And we realize that attaining the state of enlightenment is particularly critical at a time like this, taking the responsibility to do our best to practice the Dharma and to progress on the path, because by becoming a Buddha, we are in the best position to help all sentient beings. And it's unbearable if you look at all the suffering that is going on around the world, how many millions of people are suffering, whether it's with the war, whether it's with natural disasters. There's a heat wave currently moving through India, with still the COVID virus affecting so many people. and all these social, economic, political injustices. We recognize so much suffering, and therefore we make that commitment. We make our motivation very strong that we will do whatever it takes in order to become a Buddha, in order to benefit all sentient beings. So keeping that strong motivation in our hearts, let's recite first the refuge prayer as stated in the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from diseases, and then just the simple refuge prayer that has been recommended that we recite for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long, healthy, stable life, it remove all obstacles. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll just do one mala recitation of the simple refuge prayer, both in Tibetan and in English. And again, we visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara and all surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who are none other than our own Gurus sitting in front of us. And we are surrounded by all sentient beings, and then the nectar comes and purifies all our negativities that we have created in relationship to our Guru and removes all the obscurations or obstacles from our Guru's long life. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sognam ki rola pencher sangye drupar shub. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sognam ki rola pencher sangye drupar shub. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sognam ki drola pencher sangye drupar shub. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sognam ki drola pencher sangye drupar shub. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sonam ki drola pencher sangye drupar shub. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sognam ki drola pencher sangye drupar shub. Sangye chodan sogi chognam la jangju badyo dagni kepsuchi dagi jinso gipe sonam ki drola pencher sangye drupar shub. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my collection of merits and wisdom of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my collection of merits and wisdom of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my collection of merits and wisdom of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my collection of merits and wisdom of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my collection of merits and wisdom of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my collection of merits and wisdom of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. And the final recitation, Sangye Chodan Soge Chognam La Changchu Bhatyodani Kyabsu Che Dagi Jinsogi Pe Sugnam Ki Drola Pencher Sangye Druparshu. Visualize that we have all been purified and all the obstacles towards the long, healthy, happy, stable life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, have been completely removed. And now we will continue with a series of visualizations by again keeping Guru Avalokiteshvara in front of our mind. So in order to purify, we have to realize we have created the causes. We have to acknowledge the causes that we have created of suffering. And because without creating the causes, the result of suffering cannot come. So whether it's the pandemic or the wars or all the obstacles that we are creating, it's the result of certain causes. So we supplicate Guru Avalokiteshvara and openly confess all the negativities we have done, starting with the negativities that we have accumulated through countless eons through our body. All the negativities related to killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. And as a result, creating hurt and pain to whether it's insects, animals, other sentient beings, or including maybe taking property or damaging property that did not belong to us. So we openly confess this, and Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased by this confession and pours down from his crown this brilliant white light, which completely purifies all the negativities of our body, which comes out like dirty laundry water through our feet and fills us with this blissful, radiant light. So we will do 7 recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that all your negativities created through your body through countless eons have been completely purified. Your own and that of all sentient beings around us. We have all been completely purified and our bodies have been filled with this beautiful, brilliant white light. And now visualize from the crown, from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours down this beautiful red, brilliant light into each one of our throats, completely purifying all the negativities that we have created through our speech. And as we know, it is very easy to create negativities through our speech, whether it's by mindless talk or whether by consciously or unconsciously lying or being harsh with somebody or engaging in divisive speech where we divide people who have already been friends or creating further divisions between people who are already having difficulties. So we confess openly all these negativities that we have created again through countless eons and beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify us by pouring down this brilliant red light, which purifies all the negativities of speech, which comes down like dirty laundry water through our feet and transforms our speech into wise, compassionate, blissful speech. So let's do 7 recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So just take a few minutes to feel like all the negativities that we created through our speech has been completely purified. And now we acknowledge all the negativities that we have created through our minds. As we know, the mind is the creator of all things. Phenomena come about as a result of causes, and the causes, although external causes play a role, the main substantial cause of our suffering is the internal causes, which are the afflictions and the root of all the afflictions, the root troublemaker or the root internal terrorist, if you will, is this self-grasping ego and its twin, which is the self-cherishing attitude. And together they have been creating havoc in our lives and the lives of everybody for countless eons. So we really acknowledge that we have to work hard to remove this self-grasping ignorance or the self-grasping ego, based on this self-grasping ignorance, because until we tackle the root cause of our suffering, and until we understand how ignorance plays a role and the havoc it creates, and then make systematic efforts to overcome it, there is no way we are going to get rid of our suffering, or it will be very difficult for us to really benefit other sentient beings. So we realize that we come under the influence of these two terrorists, the self-grasping ignorance and the self-cherishing attitude. And what happens as a result of coming under their sway is then we have these incorrect conceptualizations of the sense of, strong sense of I and mine, and then create these divisions between others and exaggerate. And because of all these exaggerations, conceptual exaggerations that come up, then all these strong negative or destructive emotions like anger and attachment and jealousy and pride come up. And then under its sway, we create negative actions of body and speech to Guru Buddhas, to the Dharma, to the Sangha, to our parents, to all sentient beings. And we have been doing this for countless eons. So it's really, really time, because if you think about it, we are the creators of our own happiness and we are the creators of our own suffering. So until we recognize and see the causes and see how these negative habitual patterns are creating these problems, and make the determination that we are going to stop and then turn towards creating virtue, there is no way we are going to experience this result of happiness and for ourselves or for other sentient beings. So we beseech Guru Avalut, we confess all these negativities that we have created through countless eons, through our ignorance and all the afflictions, and we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down this brilliant blue-green light into our hearts and minds, which comes out as dirty laundry water through our feet. So again, we'll do 7 recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize our mind, which can be purified. And that's the other thing for us to recognize. However sullied and however impure our mind, the stains or the impurities are adventitious, meaning it can be purified. Like the dirt in the water, our minds, or the nature of the mind is like the nature of the water, or like the sky. However many clouds or thick clouds come, it eventually passes. Or like water, the dirt can be purified or removed. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify our minds of all these defilements created through countless eons. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So just take a few minutes to feel like your mind has been completely purified and you're radiating the pure nature of your mind, which is in the nature of love and compassion and wisdom. And now we visualize that thousands and zillions of Avalokiteshvaras are poured out from Guru Avalokiteshvara's heart into each one of our crowns, which completely transforms our body, speech, and mind into that of Avalokiteshvara. And again, this is possible because we have the seed of the Buddha nature within us. And that's what makes this human life so precious, that we carry this seed. So it's really, really up to us to nurture and transform it. And Guru Avalokiteshvara right now is helping us to do that by sending Avalokiteshvaras, because the nature of our minds is purified. So we visualize this transformation has happened for ourselves and for all sentient beings, and do a few recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So just take a few minutes to feel like you have been transformed, and all sentient beings around us have been transformed, and the Mother Earth has been transformed into a beautiful celestial mansion where all sentient beings are living together in great peace and harmony. Now we realize this has just been a visualization, and in reality, there are so many people that are still suffering all over the world. So we make the strong determination that we will do whatever is possible in order to become fully enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings. And as a step towards that, we recite the actual prayer that was composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, who was none other than Shakyamuni Buddha in one of his previous lifetimes, who composed this prayer during a pandemic that they were facing to put an end to the pandemic. And it worked. And so we, with our strong bodhicitta motivation, also recite this to put an end to all types of sufferings across the world and the 6 realms, including this pandemic. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So next, I would like to recite a prayer to end that has been recommended to pacify the danger of weapons in order to bring an end to all wars, including this war in Ukraine. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye looking one, wrathful, victorious Yadriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminates all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5D generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase, by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and effect, which has that cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime life. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And finally, the dedications quickly. Chamchu Samcho Rinpoche, Make Panang Kekyochi, Kepa Nyampa Mi Payang, Gongne Gongdio Pelwar Sho. However many six sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhana. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samatha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, where the dedication praises the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. And finally, we end with the short, long life prayers of both His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tup shul chang zing jam gon galway, ten zing jom belway kunzo do porze, Chosum corvele mondudro pada sodul jegolyu shabdenshu. Thank you all for joining me. Please take care and be well and safe, and I'll see you all next week. And I turn it over now to Venerable. Good morning, Venerable Juan.
Also, Encarna is are doing a retreat, an initiation with Gisela. And
oh,
there are not another people who can do this.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Then I am very happy to see you. And
yes.
We can go to start.
Okay, take care. Take care. Thank you very much.
See you. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Encantado de veros a todos. Paloma sigue estando ocupada con sus cosas, retiro, iniciación. Begoña tampoco. En fin, me ha tocado otra vez. Empezamos. Haremos primero las oraciones de refugio, luego recitaremos el peligro de las armas y luego empezaremos. Supongo que ya tenemos la mente más o menos tranquila y empezamos sobre todo con una buena motivación altruista, recordando el perfecto renacimiento humano que tenemos, la gran amabilidad de todos los budas y maestros que están desarrollando su vidicita para ayudar a todos los seres, y ahora siguiendo las recomendaciones para la larga vida de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, empezamos visualizando frente a nosotros a Guru Sakyamuni Buda de color dorado, de figura de luz, sentado sobre un trono de leones y rodeado de todos los budas y bodhisattvas. Está marcado con todas las sílabas o mahú, en su corazón está Vajradhara, etc. Y frente a él vamos a recitar las oraciones de refugio, viendo las causas, teniendo presente las causas para tomar refugio, miedo a los reinos inferiores y a todo tipo de sufrimiento, y confianza en las tres joyas. Pensamos que tomar refugio no es solamente recitar unas palabras, sino que es aceptar y tomar como guía todas las enseñanzas de Buda y de todos los maestros, como guía de nuestra actividad y práctica diaria. Empezamos recitando primero en tibetano. Sangye chedan choki chonan la chanchu vadu danyi kya suchi dagi shogi pesonanki drola penji sangye dropa shu sangye chedan choki chonan la chanchu vadu danyi kya suchi dagi shogi pesonanki drola penji sangye dropa shu Sangye chedan choki chonan la chanchu vadu danyi kya suchi Ngagi Jishogi Pesonanki Drola Penji Sangye Dropa. Recitamos en castellano. Busco refugio hasta que alcance el despertar en el Buda del Dharma de la Asamblea Suprema, que por mi práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Busco refugio hasta que alcance la iluminación en el Buda del Dharma de la Asamblea Suprema, que por mi práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones pueda ser un Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Busco refugio hasta que alcance el despertar en el Buda del Dharma de la Asamblea Suprema, que por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda del Dharma de la Sangha, que por la práctica de la felicidad y de otras perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio hasta que alcance la iluminación en el Buda del Dharma de la Asamblea Suprema, que por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda del Dharma de la Sangha, que por los méritos de la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda. Tomo refugio en el Buda hasta que alcance el estado de la budidad, en el Buda del Dharma de la Asamblea Suprema, que por los méritos alcanzados por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos alcanzados por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos alcanzados por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos recibidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar a beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Y tomo refugio en el Buda, el Dharma, la Sangha, que por los méritos obtenidos por la práctica de la generosidad y demás perfecciones puedo alcanzar el estado de Buda para así beneficiar a todos los seres. Visualizamos que Guru Sakyamuni Buda, que todos los Budas y Bodhisattvas se disuelven, se absorben en Guru Sakyamuni Buda. Buda Sakyamuni Buda viene sobre nuestra coronilla, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en nosotros y en todos los seres. Ahora recitamos la oración para pacificar el peligro de las armas. Om Mani Pendejo. Dice, gran amoroso victorioso Maitreya, Arya sublime que mira con ojos compasivos, victorioso airado Hayagriva, Tara, perfectamente pura y demás, objetos de refugio, cuyos sagrados nombres con solo oírlos eliminan todos los peligros compasivos por naturaleza. Por favor, prestadme atención. Cuando los seres de la época de disputas y del florecer de las 5 degeneraciones, debido a la explosión de un gran océano de malkarma y de la envidia, sufren el tormento de las luchas y de un intenso sufrimiento, por favor, secad este océano con el poder de vuestra compasión y sabiduría trascendental, dejando caer sobre los seres migrantes, cuyo odio es como el fuego abrasador, una gran lluvia de néctar de vuestro amor bondadoso. Por favor, otorgar vuestras bendiciones para que la felicidad y el buen auspicio aumenten. Podamos reconocernos unos a otros como padres y madres. Vencéis a la multitud de viciosos espíritus malvados que entran en el continuo mental de los seres y transforman de inmediato su mente en la de una asura, que nunca más moren en esta región. Por favor, haced también que todos los seres que han muerto en la guerra, a partir de este momento, abandonen todo el mal karma, causa y efecto, pueden renacer milagrosamente en la tierra del supremo gozo. Por favor, conducid también al resto de seres a esta tierra pura. Por favor, haced que todos los que han nacido y mueren tengan una vida larga, estén libres de enfermedades, detengan todas sus riñas y luchas, disfruten de una vida en las 10 virtudes. Por favor, haced que llegue la lluvia del momento adecuado, que las cosechas sean buenas, que el buen auspicio aumente en el entorno y los habitantes, que por la realidad última, pura por naturaleza, la causa y efecto que nunca traicionan, que tienen esa realidad última, el guru compasivo, la deidad señala a la mente de los extraordinarios supremos, mis oraciones puras y extensas puedan cumplirse. Dedicamos esta oración para que cesen las guerras, las peleas, las riñas y la desarmonía en todos los lugares, desde las naciones, a casas, monasterios, etcétera, etcétera. Y pasamos ahora a las oraciones que eliminan obstáculos para la salud, a la oración para liberar a los saques de la enfermedad. El texto nos dice que lo principal, lo esencial, es la práctica de la bodhicitta y el tonglen. Si enfermas, experimentarlo en el lugar de todos los seres, por lo menos puedes recitar la oración de hecho que consapa, que por estar yo experimentando las enfermedades, que todos los seres se liberen de las enfermedades del daño de espíritus, que estén libres de estas condiciones y sus causas, el karma negativo y las impurezas, que todos los seres se liberen de esto, queden totalmente pacificados y logren la iluminación. Ahora tomamos refugio. Dice, todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora, hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la unidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora, hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la unidad suprema, buscamos refugio en todos los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la unidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de los maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación, las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Ahora visualizamos frente a nosotros a Avalokitesvara, a Chenrezig, el Buda de la compasión, con 4.000 brazos, etc. En su corazón está un loto, un disco de luna, la sílaba Ri, y alrededor de él está el mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Mientras recitamos el mantra, visualizamos que Guru Avalokitesvara, inseparable de nuestro maestro, sale luz y néctar que entra por nuestra cornilla y la de todos los seres, eliminando de ellos todo tipo de impurezas, odios, ignorancia, etcétera, todos los obstáculos y todas las tendencias negativas, generando en ellos la actitud de bodhicitta y de amor hacia todos los demás seres. Recitamos el mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la primera recitación. De Thangtong Gyalpo. Dice, puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres, son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus o enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando a un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Que por la compasión de los maestros de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Seguimos recitando el mantra de Chenrezig, que da luz a nosotros y a todos los seres, que los visualizamos en forma humana, que están alrededor de nuestro. Amigos, enemigos, extraños, pensamos que en algún momento han sido todas nuestras madres, que tienen y hay que devolverles su amabilidad que han tenido con nosotros, etcétera, etcétera. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos las siguientes recitaciones. Dice, puedan todas las enfermedades que apliquen la mente de los seres son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros de las 3 joyas, poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y la última recitación, puedan todas las enfermedades que apliquen la mente de los seres son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tal como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades, los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a todos los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llamas, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y la mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas las dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Pasamos a la dedicación. Venerable Drolma, si quieres hacer la dedicación.
Que a través de estos méritos puedan todas las aflicciones y oscurecimientos de nuestras mentes ser totalmente purificadas y pueda incrementarse la sabiduría, el amor y la compasión, y así evitarse guerras, pandemias y todo lo demás. Y podamos crear las causas a través de estos méritos para tener con nosotros a nuestros preciosos maestros en el planeta y puedan todas las apariencias de enfermedad ser totalmente eliminadas en ella.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a pasar, me dedico evidentemente, para el beneficio de todos los seres, para que cesen las guerras, para que haya paz y armonía en todo el mundo, para que haya larga vida, tengan larga vida todos nuestros maestros, especialmente Lama Zopa Rinpoche, su santidad el Dalai Lama. Y ahora recitamos las oraciones de larga vida. Especialmente, vamos a empezar con la larga vida de su santidad Dalai Lama. Dice: en la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, eres la fuente de todo bien y felicidad. Todopoderoso Chenrezig Institute, ruego que permanezcas entre nosotros hasta que finalice Samsara, o cantando Kanri Rawe Kowe Singandi Pendan dewa malu yugwene, Chenrezig Gyalpo Yi, Sape site badu te yuchi. También la oración compuesta por Lama Zopa para la larga vida de su santidad. Dice: joya que concedes y colmas sus deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti, bondad incomparable, Thangtong Gyalpo, te suplico que tengas una larga vida, que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Y para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, la corta, empezamos con la corta, dice: posees la ética del sabio, sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo con firmeza, realizas con maestría las oraciones magníficas que honran las tres joyas, eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. La oración extensa, compuesta por Kadro Namseldon, dice: iluminándolo todo, tu apariencia dispersa la ignorancia. Tu lúcidamente conoce las 84.000 enseñanzas del Dharma, el poder del remedio de las 84.000 aflicciones. Tu proclamación del surgir dependiente vence por sí misma la batalla frente a los maras. Hago reverencia ante el Supremo en amabilidad, gran Vajradhara en mi coronilla. Clarifica las escrituras y los logros, las enseñanzas del Muni, difundiéndolas e iluminándolas allá donde no habían llegado en el mundo. Convertido en un verdadero hijo de conquistadores, sobrellevas con paciencia las dificultades. En tu continuo está la realización de la perfección de la sabiduría, el surgir dependiente sutil. Preciosa joya, colmo el amor y la compasión, con solo verte liberas, solo que con maestría dominas las enseñanzas interpretativas y definitivas de todo lo que surge, el más grande entre los grandes, comprendes y clarificas plenamente el significado de vacuidad y compasión, guías a todos los seres en el camino de la liberación, amigo espiritual perfectamente cualificado, mi maestro, por favor, permanece por siempre. A ti, que proteges los temores de los tres tiempos, Aryatara, que por favor incrementa la vida, las actividades de los seres, que preservan el sagrado Dharma, que siempre, sin separación, desarrollen sus acciones espontáneas, que por la infalibilidad de las deidades de las tres raíces, que todo sea y auspicios. Dedicación de méritos, ahora citamos en castellano, dice que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro, lleve todos los seres sin excepción a este estado iluminado, que por la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido, surja y crezca, y la que haya nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Que debido a todos estos méritos, creados individualmente, colectivamente, la vida de nuestro precioso y amable Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, sea larga, muy larga, firme y estable. Que podamos purificar cuanto antes todos nuestros amayas, votos degenerados o desarmonías, que hacen que el maestro muestre el aspecto de tener obstáculos. Que Rinpoche permanezca entre nosotros hasta el fin de Samsara, pueda seguir guiándonos de la misma compasiva manera con la que lleva décadas conduciendo a innumerables seres a la otra orilla del océano de sufrimiento. Bien, muchas gracias por estar aquí para beneficiar a todos los seres y hasta la próxima semana. Cristian Soma, cuando quieras. Good morning, buenos días, buongiorno. No sé. Okay. No se te oye.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm finished. Okay.
Okay, can I start?
Yes, you can start. To next week. Thank you.
Okay.
See you.
So, ciao caro. Thank you. Allora, grazie per chi c'è a questa sessione in italiano. Cominciamo stavolta con una meditazione fatta molto bene di mera osservazione del respiro, ma la facciamo molto bene. E ora vi voglio dire un paio di cose. quando chi altri c'era l'altra volta aveva visto che quando avevo spiegato la meditazione sul respiro, avevo detto è importante la posizione. Ora vi spiego perché. Nella meditazione silenziosa, come si può dire, il protagonista assoluto è il silenzio. Allora, anche se adesso facciamo meditazione silenziosa senza usare le parole, senza ascoltare parole, noi siccome siamo abituati a parlare col corpo, continuiamo a parlare col corpo. Allora la posizione significa davvero, davvero accettare il silenzio, cioè non ci lamentiamo delle offese, che è la posizione. Ma mi vedete? Mi vedete? Sì, sì, mi vedete. Non ci lamentiamo usando, sì, va bene, ok. Grazie. Non ci lamentiamo come facciamo di solito usando una posizione che implica depressione, cioè stare un po' gobbi. Non dichiariamo che abbiamo addosso il peso del mondo stando un po' gobbi e con le spalle rigide. Quindi non facciamo questo, non parliamo di questo col corpo, non cerchiamo qualcos'altro che ci completi, che è la posizione di ricerca che usiamo, cioè come facciamo quando stiamo al computer, come facciamo quando parliamo a un altro alla napoletana, capito? Questa posizione così. Vogliamo che l'altro ci ascolti, è una ricerca Non facciamo questo. Non dobbiamo lamentarci di qualunque tipo di, come si può dire, disagio grande o piccolo sentiamo nelle gambe, nelle braccia, eccetera, eccetera, che è la posizione di rigidità di gambe e braccia, ok? Stiamo semplicemente dritti, cioè stiamo in noi stessi. Tecnicamente si spiega questa posizione dicendo spalle rilassate, schiena diritta, collo diritto, occhi abbassati, cioè non si cerca niente con lo sguardo, braccia rilassate, mani rilassate. Tecnicamente si fa in questo modo. Poi le orecchie devono cadere sulle spalle, non cadono, ma questo ci insegna a tenere il collo diritto. E un'altra cosa è il naso è perpendicolare con l'ombelico e questo ci insegna a non stare da un lato o dall'altro. Quindi tecnicamente si dice così, ma il concetto di fondo è non si parla col corpo, non si continuano a ripetere i nostri tormentoni col corpo. Io per esempio sto sempre così. È il mio tormentone, devo parlare, devo stare al computer, il mio tormentone. Non c'è il tormentone, ok? Adesso, quindi per 3-4 minuti ci concentriamo sul respiro, aria che entra, aria che esce e nient'altro. Poi faremo un approfondimento di questa meditazione, ma per ora nient'altro. Bene, il mio cellulare ha deciso lui che sono finiti i 3-4 minuti, ora lo spengo e adesso facciamo un approfondimento di questa meditazione sull'osservazione, sulla concentrazione dire troppo, perché concentrazione impone uno sforzo. Niente, un'osservazione. Leggiamo cosa dice a proposito, leggiamo le istruzioni di Lama Yeshe su questa meditazione. Per i prossimi minuti vorrei che meditaste sulle vostre esperienze personali. Controllate ciò che state provando in questo momento. Non voglio che pensiate al buddismo, alle idee, all'Amrim, al Tantra, allo yoga o al Lama. Non pensate a queste cose. Osservate la vostra mente e basta. Pensate all'esperienza che sta vivendo. Se state vivendo un'esperienza di dolore, sappiate che in realtà la natura del dolore è come la luce. Sentiamo l'energia del dolore come se fosse concreta. Ci sentiamo pieni. Ma se esaminate questa energia vi renderete conto che è un po' come lo spazio, come l'energia spaziale o anche come la natura della luce. Anche l'energia del dolore è come la luce. Voglio che contempliate semplicemente l'esperienza di questa energia, che contempliate questa esperienza. Se invece state vivendo un'esperienza felice, fate la stessa cosa. Voglio che diventiate consapevoli di quello che vi accade. Non ci pensate, sentite e basta. Non voglio che pensiate che il dolore sia male, il piacere sia bene, reagendo emotivamente. Questa volta ribadisco che voglio che contempliate, che sviluppiate la vostra concentrazione senza intellettualizzare troppo. Siete depressi? Osservate la depressione. È la mente, ogni esperienza è nella mente, non nel corpo fisico. Quindi diventate consapevoli di quell'energia fino a capire che essa è spazio, che voi siete spazio, uno spazio che è diventato dolore oppure piacere. Nello spazio qualunque nostra emozione, nello spazio mentale e fisico, qualunque nostra emozione. La nostra base è lo spazio. Così diventate come il cielo. E se contemplate senza alcun coinvolgimento non dovete avere paura. Non voglio che vi preoccupiate, semplicemente continuate a contemplare questa spaziosità. In altre parole, lasciate che il vostro ego si perda. Bene, adesso 5 minuti su questa meditazione in cui osserviamo i nostri pensieri. Anche qui dal punto di vista tecnico viene consigliato qualcosa di molto facile, cioè quando il pensiero sorge lo si vede come una nuvola nel cielo, ma il cielo siamo noi, la nuvola non siamo noi. Quindi il pensiero che sorge, che sia di dolore, di piacere, di irritazione, di cattiveria, di amore, qualunque pensiero è una nuvola nel cielo. Non lo giudichiamo, non permettiamo al pensiero di invaderci. Ok? Adesso facciamo questa meditazione come ha spiegato Lama Yeshe, immaginando l'immenso spazio che noi stessi siamo e i pensieri che inevitabilmente sorgono come nuvole che si muovono nello spazio e nello spazio si dissolvono. Grazie. Questo era per avere un assaggio della mente che poi può effettivamente accogliere la pratica di rifugio che stiamo per fare, perché non potremmo fare efficacemente la pratica di rifugio se non avessimo fiducia nel fatto che la nostra mente ha una capacità di espansione illimitata e i difetti mentali, sia pur molto gravi che possiamo avere, molto ostacolanti, molto, come si può dire, molto pericolosi che possiamo avere, o no. Uno crede, io non ho difetti mentali pericolosi, figuriamoci. No, il pericolo è che rimaniamo inchiodati al samsara per sempre, perché continuiamo a riferirci ai problemi della nostra mente, invece di accogliere la realtà che è questa nostra spaziosità suscettibile di sviluppi infiniti fino all'ottenimento dello stato di completa liberazione da ogni difetto mentale, da ogni sofferenza, fino allo stato del completo risveglio in cui abbiamo la capacità di aiutare gli altri al massimo livello concepibile, al massimo livello che è utile per loro. Quindi, per avere questa fiducia nel nostro ottenimento del risveglio, che è il vero rifugio, dobbiamo conoscere la vera natura della nostra mente, che è chiara, conoscitrice e vuota di vera esistenza. Questa meditazione che abbiamo fatto è un minimo assaggio che ci apre rispetto alla realtà di ciò che possiamo ottenere. Ok? Allora, adesso lo verbalizziamo però questo rifugio, lo verbalizziamo nel senso che per rifugiarci nella chiarezza della nostra mente, nella vacuità di esistenza intrinseca della nostra mente, che ancora conosciamo troppo poco, che ancora frequentiamo troppo poco. Il metodo corretto è di accettare il sostegno di coloro che hanno già ottenuto, di coloro che hanno già realizzato appieno lo stato del risveglio per aiutare il proprio noi, per aiutare esattamente noi. Il risveglio sappiamo bene che è pace, non c'è bisogno che adesso insisto su questo concetto, però il punto è che la pace deve essere innanzitutto in noi perché possiamo accogliere la pace altrui, così come il desiderio di la pace altrui, che è la pace dei Buddha. Se noi andiamo dai Buddha con una mente di conflitto, con una mente sfiduciata, con una mente lamentosa, i Buddha ci amano lo stesso, però noi non riceviamo, non abbiamo il contatto sensoriale con questo amore, sensoriale e mentale con questo amore. E inoltre i Buddha sono capacità di aiutare gli altri e noi dovremmo riuscire a contattare il nostro desiderio di aiutare gli altri per entrare in contatto con i Buddha. Il nostro desiderio di aiutare gli altri è enorme, è fortissimo, è una cosa che ci farebbe paura se lo vedessimo adesso, in questo istante in cui quasi tutto ci fa paura e quindi giustamente anche la potenza del nostro desiderio ci fa paura. È fortissimo il desiderio che tutti siano liberi dalla sofferenza, ma normalmente noi lo riduciamo a un effetto delle nostre frustrazioni, questo desiderio. oscuriamo la sua realtà di questo desiderio e ci limitiamo a pensare però sarebbe bello se non ci fossero le guerre, con una specie di sfiducia di base. No, 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 no. Il nostro desiderio ha una potenza vincente. Per questo i Buddha entrano in contatto con noi con questa possibilità di vincere i nostri problemi, le nostre sofferenze, eccetera, perché è il nostro desiderio che è così, che ha questo potere. Ora poi faremo, dopo il rifugio, la pratica di Tara, che è quella che ci viene in aiuto nelle situazioni più assurde, nelle situazioni più, come si può dire, disperate. Perché Tara ha questa capacità? Perché noi abbiamo questa capacità, cioè questa possibilità di uscire fuori dalle situazioni più disperate. La nostra mente, che è infinita come lo spazio, profonda come l'universo, e che può contenere qualunque tipo di sviluppo fino all'illuminazione. La nostra mente ha questo desiderio di uscire dalle situazioni disperate, un desiderio molto forte, per questo Tara funziona. Ok, adesso che ho fatto la predicozza cominciamo a recitare. Chissà perché io penso che è meglio la mia predicozza che la mera recitazione. Magari per voi è meglio l'opposto, non importa. Ok, adesso vi condivido la recitazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali come allo spazio, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Sappiamo che il Dharma sono gli insegnamenti del Buddha e il Sangha sono le persone, è la comunità delle persone che applica questi insegnamenti. Però adesso approfondiamo questo rifugio. Prendiamo, orca, mi si è fuso il computer. Già prima mi si oscuravano i file l'uno dopo l'altro e adesso mi si è proprio fuso, visto per fortuna, parlando dal tablet, quindi almeno possiamo andare avanti. Però io qua nel tablet non ho le preghiere, quindi adesso provo a vedere se ci sono, ma vedrei che non ci sono. Vediamo. Ah, questa c'è. Una c'è, poi le altre vedremo. Quindi adesso condividi schermo, eccoci qua, condividi. Qualcosa abbiamo combinato. Dicevamo, approfondiamo, non prendiamo rifugio in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha come qualcosa di astratto e lontano da noi. Si tratta di qualcosa che è esattamente davanti al nostro naso. Ok? Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru. L'assemblea dei guru significa tutti gli esseri in carne ed ossa che portano a noi il lignaggio dell'illuminazione di Buddha Sakyamuni. Allora, gli esseri in carne ed ossa, che possono essere anche degli animali, possono essere, però la loro capacità di comunicare con noi non è la principale da parte degli animali o degli insetti, perché Buddha si può manifestare in qualunque, la mente illuminata si può manifestare in qualunque modo, anche negli atomi. Se c'è una preghiera bellissima che dice: in ogni atomo si trova un Buddha circondato da innumerevoli bodhisattva. È troppo bella, però ora noi siamo in grado di vedere solo esseri in carne ed ossa, e questi esseri in carne ed ossa, noi che per esempio ora stiamo lavorando su Zoom, ci danno insegnamenti, non dobbiamo nemmeno più prendere l'aereo, il treno, recarci in dei posti dove il maestro insegna. Ora, per esempio, che è il mese dell'illuminazione, Sua Santità Dalai Lama darà un insegnamento e un'iniziazione nel giorno del Sakadawa, cose fantastiche. Quindi l'assemblea dei guru ce l'abbiamo davanti a noi in carne ed ossa, con tanti maestri, tra cui il Dalai Lama. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative. Le divinità meditative ora lo vedremo cosa sono, quasi tutti voi sicuramente lo sanno già, ma per chi non lo sapesse, aspettiamo 2 o 3 minuti e poi faremo la pratica delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Le dakini sono la manifestazione trascendentale della mente illuminata presso di noi che trascendentali non siamo. Quindi si manifestano come agenti del cambiamento verso il meglio, anche se spesso non riconosciamo che quello è il meglio. Per esempio, la rottura di un matrimonio ovviamente crea dolore. Siamo nel samsara. Quindi a causa delle nostre afflizioni il cambiamento crea dolore, persino il cambiamento favorevole in realtà crea dolore, perché dopo il primo istante di illusione c'è la delusione e il ritornare ai nostri vecchi schemi di insoddisfazione. Qualunque cosa nel samsara crea dolore. L'attività della Dakini è di mostrare in questo dolore un lampo di illuminazione, mostrare in questa felicità illusoria, in questa avidità apparentemente e momentaneamente soddisfatta, un lampo di illuminazione. Questo è la Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, e questo è ciò che abbiamo cercato di fare in un primissimo assaggio all'inizio di questa sessione. e l'accoglienza spaziosa e equanime di qualunque fenomeno da parte della nostra mente. Ok, ora che abbiamo preso rifugio in questo, prendere rifugio significa davvero prendere rifugio, cioè significa che ci sentiamo protetti, sostenuti, al sicuro, fiduciosi. Non significa che abbiamo solo un'idea, che c'è l'assemblea dei guru, che c'è la Dakini, che c'è la chiarezza della nostra mente. Significa che siamo nel posto migliore dove potremmo essere. Abbiamo tutto ciò che ci serve. Ok? Ora facciamo la pratica del rifugio nella divinità meditativa. Prendiamo come divinità meditativa, per prima stavolta prendiamo Tara, perché a causa di questi problemi tecnici ci sono stati un po' di ritardi. Non so se potremo farne 2, spero, ma non lo so. E quindi intanto prendiamo Tara come divinità meditativa. Tara, che innanzitutto è una Dakini, quindi è l'espressione del lampo di illuminazione nelle nostre menti ordinarie oscurate, nella nostra esperienza anche sensoriale ordinaria e oscurata. I poeti non fanno altro che parlare della Dakini quando manifestano questa meraviglia trascendentale rispetto alle piccole cose, alle realtà ordinarie. Ok? Tara, dicevamo, una Dakini innanzitutto, ed è la manifestazione delle qualità illuminate di tutti i Buddha, quindi Tara è tutti gli infiniti esseri che hanno già ottenuto il risveglio, è la manifestazione di ciò nell'aspetto dell'aiuto molto veloce, inaspettato, rispetto a situazioni che abbiamo creduto disperate. Questo è un aspetto dell'attività illuminata dei Buddha nei nostri confronti. E noi ci connettiamo con questo aspetto. Prima vi avevo detto, lo possiamo fare di connetterci con questo aspetto perché è nella nostra mente già il desiderio grandissimo di non subire le situazioni disperate, il desiderio di trovare aiuto rispetto alle cose che sembra che ci opprimano. Ok? Ovviamente il vero aiuto è che la nostra mente sia libera da conflitti, libera da avidità, libera dall'odio. Questo è il vero aiuto. Però dobbiamo pur cominciare. Tara ci fa cominciare da un senso di sollievo, di liberazione e di inaspettato. Quindi immaginiamo questa figura che rappresenta tutti i Buddha, la immaginiamo come in forma femminile, di colore verde, però il suo corpo non è un corpo umano, è un corpo trasparente, luminoso, dai pori. Lei è seduta nello spazio di fronte a noi, a 2 metri di distanza all'altezza della nostra fronte, la immaginiamo così, e dai pori del suo corpo si emanano infiniti raggi che vanno a toccare noi e tutti gli altri esseri senzienti che prendono rifugio con noi. Perché prendono rifugio con noi? Perché anche loro cercano sicurezza, sostegno e fiducia. Lo cerchiamo tutti, lo cercano tutti, anche Putin, poveraccio. Dovrà fare una ricerca un po' complicata, ma a volte anche noi dobbiamo fare delle ricerche complicate. Putin e Biden, tutti quanti. Dicevamo, tocca con questi raggi tutti gli esseri sulla terra, gli esseri afflitti da guerre, gli esseri che si impegnano in guerre, gli esseri che perdono i loro averi, che hanno fame, che si ammalano, che tutte le situazioni difficili delle nostre vite samsariche dovute a karma e ad afflizioni. Tara purifica tutto ciò. I nostri corpi vengono riempiti tramite questo raggio di luce, vengono riempiti di luce, e questa luce elimina il karma negativo, i difetti mentali. Questo succede davvero, i Buddha lo fanno davvero. Ora però noi anticipiamo, diciamo così, i risultati, perché in realtà poi tocca a noi fare un percorso in cui loro ci assistono. In ogni caso, non dobbiamo dividere le due fasi, la fase in cui cominciamo e la fase in cui otteniamo il risultato. Quindi dicevamo, siamo purificati da tutto il karma negativo e dai difetti e siamo pervasi dalle capacità più adatte per seguire il sentiero, praticare l'altruismo, la conoscenza, ampliare la nostra conoscenza, produrre karma positivo fino a che non otterremo il risveglio anche noi. Bene, ora per rafforzare questa nostra connessione con Tara che ci è di aiuto, recitiamo anche il mantra di Tara. Tare ture soa. 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 Tare ture soha. Gioiamo di questa pratica che abbiamo fatto e ora cominciano le lunghe dediche da recitare. Per chi è malato, per tutti i tipi di malattie, preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive. Il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente. dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora anche la preghiera che pacifica i danni della guerra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole e vittorioso Maitreya Buddha, trascendentale, sublime e compassionevole occhio, Hayagriva vittorioso adirato, completamente compiuta e totalmente pura Jetsuntara e così via. Il sole ascolto dei vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio nella natura della compassione. Per favore, prestateci attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti del tempo delle liti e delle 5 degenerazioni, dall'esplosione del grande oceano del karma malvagio e della gelosia, sono tormentati dalle intense sofferenze di combattimenti e litigi, per favore asciugatelo con il potere della saggezza e della compassione trascendentali, lasciando cadere grandi piogge di nettare della gentilezza amorevole sugli esseri migratori che infiammano la conflagrazione dell'odio fuoco. Per favore, concedete la benedizione con il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, quindi aumentate la felicità e il buon auspicio. Possano le moltitudini dei malvagi spiriti maligni che entrano nel continuum mentale e lo cambiano istantaneamente nella mente di dei gelosi, d'ora in poi non diffondersi mai in quest'area o paese o mondo. Chiedo anche che tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono morti in guerra abbandonino da questo momento in poi tutto il cattivo karma, causa ed effetto, e quindi, essendo entrati e nati nel campo beato, la terra pura di Amitabha, possano condurre tutti gli altri a quella terra pura. Per favore, benedici tutti coloro che nascono e muoiono, esseri sansarici, per avere una vita lunga, senza malattie, per pacificare tutti i litigi e le lotte, il godimento delle 10 virtù, pioggia al momento giusto, sempre buoni raccolti, e che tutti gli habitat e gli abitanti siano di buon auspicio e si sviluppino. Per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, per i fenomeni che hanno realtà ultima, causa e risultato sono ineluttabili, e per la compassione del guru, divinità del sigillo mentale e dei rari e sublimi, possono queste pure vaste preghiere essere completate. Ora, le dediche generali, che sono molto importanti, perché finora abbiamo fatto delle dediche specifiche per le malattie e per le guerre. Ricordiamoci che sono dediche, cioè l'energia della pratica di meditazione sulla spaziosità della mente, l'energia della pratica di meditazione sul rifugio, della pratica di meditazione sul Tare, tutta questa energia la dedichiamo per la pacificazione delle malattie, per la pacificazione delle guerre, con queste bellissime parole del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Ora c'è la dedica delle dediche anche, però io, avendo il computer finito, vediamo cosa c'ho qui nel tablet. Ma chi è il compleanno? Ma no, per cortesia. Vediamo. Sono altre dediche, non? Niente, ignora, non le fa. Impossibile raggiungere questa pagina. Oggi abbiamo gli ostacoli. Le faccio io, le creo. Queste idee, cioè non è che le creo, è che sono 30 anni che le recito tutti i giorni da un testo o dall'altro, cambiano le parole, ma non di tanto. Quindi per il momento facciamo così, che dedico io senza testo. Qui ci sono proprio ostacoli. E gli ostacoli sono qualcosa di molto molto importante, dobbiamo esserne molto felici, anche se magari tra un minuto non potrò più parlarvi perché anche il tablet si fonde. E gli ostacoli sono una purificazione di un karma negativo che matura in poca roba, quando potrebbe maturare ingrandendosi, perché il karma si espande, finché non si purifica si espande. Potrebbero maturare nella nostra impossibilità per eoni di entrare nel sentiero. Questo è il vero dramma. Anche se adesso ci succede che il tetto ci casca addosso, non è un grande dramma. Qui bisogna ascoltare gli insegnamenti di Lama Zopa, che è, diciamo così, sempre catastrofista Lama Zopa. Dice, questo è un dramma che dura, comporta soltanto che rinascete in un'altra vita, ma questo non è un grande dramma. Il grande dramma è se in quest'altra vita non riconoscete, non praticate gli insegnamenti per il risveglio. Quindi qualunque ostacolo noi lo accogliamo, premesso che non è un grande dramma, mentre noi ne facciamo un dramma enorme, anche dei piccolissimi ostacoli. Io ad esempio ho avuto difficoltà durante questa meditazione perché pensavo, ora il computer come faccio? Lo compro nuovo, lo compro nuovo, lo faccio aggiustare. Ok, e qualunque cosa ci sembra un dramma, ma invece gli ostacoli sono una purificazione del karma negativo che in questo modo non si presenta nella forma di ostacolo al sentiero. Pensate a quella gente che proprio detesta la pratica spirituale, la evita, la schifa. Quello è un grande dramma, ok? Allora, invece noi in questo modo purifichiamo i semi che potrebbero farci essere come quelle persone e dedichiamo tutto ciò che ci è successo in questa sessione ad ottenere lo stato di Buddha a causa dei meriti come la generosità di aver pregato per gli altri, la disciplina morale, di esserci impegnati nella meditazione. Scusate, altro ostacolo. Cosa c'è? Cosa c'è? La gatta voleva uscire. Dedichiamo tutto quello che abbiamo fatto di positivo, compreso il leggere le dediche del grande Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, tutto questo lo dedichiamo per l'ottenimento del completo risveglio per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Inoltre dedichiamo perché la mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta in noi o negli altri, perché la mente dell'illuminazione è un fenomeno complesso. Noi abbiamo una mente, diciamo così, concettuale dell'illuminazione. Possa io diventare Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri. Questa è una mente molto superficiale, mentre la mente dell'illuminazione è una bomba atomica. e si deve comunque una bomba atomica che si costruisce piano piano, quindi la mente dell'illuminazione che è in noi e negli altri già generata possa svilupparsi e quella che non è stata generata possa sorgere in noi e negli altri, negli aspetti che noi ancora non abbiamo generato, negli aspetti che gli altri non hanno generato. Inoltre dedichiamo per ottenere in tutte le prossime vite, a causa dei meriti di questa pratica, di questa ora, per ottenere in tutte le prossime vite una rinascita in cui possiamo ricevere gli insegnamenti per la trasformazione spirituale e praticare via via di rinascita in rinascita tutti gli stadi e i sentieri fino ad ottenere lo stato del Buddha primordiale. Con questa dedica, con queste 3 dediche, abbiamo sigillato i nostri meriti puri e ci porteranno sicuramente, senza il minimo dubbio, all'illuminazione. Se solo adesso lo ammettiamo, altrimenti oscuriamo questa possibilità. La realtà del nostro karma puro c'è, quindi sarà sviluppato, arriverà a maturazione, ma se non lo ammettiamo ci arriverà più lentamente. Quindi ripetiamo le 3 dediche. A causa dei meriti della generosità e così via, possa ottenere lo stato del risveglio. A causa dei meriti di avere praticato la mente dell'illuminazione, possa questa mente svilupparsi per ciò che è già stato generato o sorgere per ciò che non è stato ancora generato in noi e in tutti gli esseri. A causa di aver fatto queste pratiche, possiamo noi rinascere in presenza dei maestri qualificati del lignaggio di Buddha e proseguire negli stadi e nei terreni fino all'ottenimento dell'illuminazione. Ora facciamo preghiere per la lunga vita di 2 tra i componenti dell'Assemblea dei Guru che sono presenti adesso su questa terra. Sono tantissimi questi componenti dell'Assemblea dei Guru e a seconda del nostro karma ne incontriamo, cioè abbiamo più connessione con questo o con quello. Ora noi qui siamo all'interno della maratona di un'organizzazione che segue Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e che segue Lama Zopa Rinpoche, quindi facciamo dediche per queste persone. Nel paradiso circondato da montagne innevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, possa tu continuare fino alla fine dell'esistenza, continuare a esistere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica per aiutare tutti gli esseri. Questo è per il Dalai Lama, questo è il pensiero. Poi per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, non so se me la ricordo a memoria. Tu sei il sostegno di tutti noi, tu compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 gioielli, tu c'è una frase che non ricordo, sei l'eliminatore di tutti gli ostacoli, gentile Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ti preghiamo di avere lunga vita. Questa non me la ricordavo bene. Bene, vi ringrazio, siamo giunti alla fine di questa intensa Tu che preservi gli insegnamenti di Mangiusri, brava. È la seconda riga, vero? Bravo Paolo. Grazie a tutti e alla settimana prossima con un nuovo computer. So now, who is my other, oh, I don't know, who is one? Lectron, Venerable, ciao, ciao. I couldn't see you. How are you here?
Put some more light. See if that makes a difference.
Okay.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Have a good practice.
Thank you so much. Take care. So here we are again from Atisha Center in Bendigo. I'd like to take a moment to set our motivation. That we are doing these prayers for the suffering sentient beings, our mother sentient beings that are suffering from disease, economic collapse, war, famine, various other frightening prospects that are coming at us right throughout the world. So we'd like to renew our motivation to very quickly become enlightened for these sentient beings that are dear to us, that are suffering just like us. So with that thought, we will yet again turn to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, first of all, recalling his Siddhi activities that he performed when pandemics and epidemic overtook Tibet. At that time, a demon was causing this and he subdued the demon. And we very much appeal to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo to come to our aid, quickly subdue our own demons and the very negative forces that are very active in the world at this moment. Imagining that all sentient beings are going to refuge with us. We recite this. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. One last time, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So with that, we imagine 1000 Nam Chenrezig above our head. And all our six realm samsaric beings are surrounding us. And they're all in human form, because that is the easiest form to purify negativities and afflictions. And as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, nectar emanates from the heart of Arya Chenrezig and falls on the tops of each and every being, including ourselves, and purify all of our negativities. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. So before dissolving Arya Avalokiteshvara, we'll recite this other prayer, appealing to Arya Avalokiteshvara in all its forms to quickly come to purify ourselves. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy. Please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being the parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and have not sicknesses, to stop all their coddling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right times, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. With that, we imagine Arya Chenrezig dissolve into a nectar, steam-like substance, and falls on each and every sentient being's head, crown of our heads, entering our bodies, entering every cell in our body, completely purifying all of our negativities, and endowing with the qualities of Arya Chenrezig, of loving kindness, compassion, great compassion, and wisdom. And just imagining ourselves having clear, clean bodies, like a crystal. And we go on to recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll recite it a couple of more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'll do one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll recite His Holiness's long life prayer. Gangri Rave Kove Shinkamze Pandang Deva Malu Juvene Chenrezig Tensen Gyatsoye Shabbe Site Badu Tengyushi. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life prayer. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Just trying to find Lama also. Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition, essence of Buddha's teachings. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please, please live long. Right. We'll do the dedication prayers. Gevadenu dudang lama sange drugyune drova shikya malupa deyi sala gopashu jamchu semcho rinpoche ma ke panam ke gushi ke panyam pa me pa ye gong ne gong du palwashu. So the emptiness dedication. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Just because we have some more time, I'll do the multiplying mantras. Chamdende deshin shepaja shumpaya dapa sope sange namki nangse okil galpo la shatsalo. Jamchu sempa sempa chempo kunju sampola shatsalo. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Tayata om panchagriya bodhine soha om duru duru jayamuke soha. Chamdende deshin shepadra shompaya dappa sope sange mongila baidurya oki galpola shaksalo. Chamdende deshin shepadra shompaya dappa sope sange nova jang monlam tamche rap tudrupe galpola shaksalo. Due to the power of the blessings of the eminent Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the power of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude, may all my pure prayers succeed immediately. By pacifying all the signs of obstacles and by perfecting every single required condition, may the Dharma tradition of the Dharma King Tsongkhapa be preserved and developed. Due to the 2 types of merits collected over the 3 times by myself and others, may the teachings of the far-famed victorious one's pure wisdom blaze forth. So let's take a minute to rejoice in the fact that we have been able to, even with such difficulties, and obviously a lot of people have many responsibilities. And even with that we have been able to sustain these prayers for so long. So I'm going to go and then do the next session as well, the next half hour. So we'll renew our motivation. I'd like to start with just meditating on 4 immeasurables. Because particularly with the voice and various opinions and polarities in the world, well, I